Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to Season 3, week number 1 of Rocket League here at EGF. My name is Warren Juggle God Hammond, and tonight I am joined on the mic by Time to Light. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. Rocket League, Spring Split, name a better duo. It's great.
Yeah, I'm very excited. We've got University of Delaware going up against Xavier University tonight. And while we are getting started a little bit later than anticipated, we're going to have a fantastic time here.
Yep. Already into the games. It's a best of 5, just a single best of 5 for you and I. Unfortunately, we had Seton Hall and Sacramento State both forfeit their 5:15 and 6:45 games respectively. So this will be the only game that you and I cover. Of course, official EGF will be up and going until 11:15. Stay with us. You do not want to miss this Rocket League. But for now, it's Xavier University. They are in the blue. University of Delaware over in the orange. And like I said, it's a best of 5. We have so much Rocket League ahead of us.
Yes, that we do. 30 seconds in, no goals have been scored yet. Both teams just ping-ponging back and forth a little bit. Ratio tries to go up for... Actually, Valor tries to go up for the ball, but it's contested by one of University of Delaware's players. We see an attempt coming in from Ratio, but he gets challenged successfully by Shooter.
Broseph on the wall, not able to get up to that one. And you can see the University of Delaware just trying to develop an offensive attack, and it's being stopped just about every single time by Xavier. You can see exactly why. It's not really passing plays, it's more solo efforts, and this is going to cost them. There's a centering ball, but somehow High Shooters comes across and even gets that demo as well. Will steal the mid boost and make his way around like a little bandit in the night, somehow getting away with murder in that one.
Yeah, just about. Pass goes off the backboard, but nobody from Xavier there to do anything about it. This one, though, looks like it's promising, but HV Shooter there to make sure that nothing untoward happens to the University of Delaware. Ball now going back over to Xavier's side, but they're likely going to be able to clear it here fairly easily. Gonna have one of the players of UD try to keep it on their side, but just not able to. Ratio goes up for the contest, centers it over towards Valor. He's able to knock it down. Shot goes towards goal, and it is expertly defended by HV Shooter right there. What a block coming in.
Keeping it out, at least for the time being. The University of Delaware need to turn these defensive stands into offensive opportunities, though, and it just has not happened. Here's a good opportunity. HV sends the ball up. There's a double commit. It's an open net. Stellar capitalizes off it. A stellar shot at that. The University of Delaware up 1-0, 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, nice play coming in there. They recognized the mistake that Xavier made with two of their players doubling up on the ball, and they were able to get the open net goal. So, kudos to them as we look to this next kickoff. All going to go towards University of Delaware's side, but the Humanella is there to keep it keep anything devastating from happening to them. All going to be controlled in the midfield. Another opportunity for University of Delaware. Going to be centered. Stellar almost gets it. HV Shooter going to try and break away with it, but just unable to this time around.
Ratio across the midfield. Broseph is there, but no, Broseff's no longer there. Demoed where he stands, and that's got to hurt just a little bit. The Humanel goes up, but is beat by Valor, who sends it to that side wall. Ratio, a little bit of a misnomer as that goes to the side, and I have to say, kind of got ratioed by the Dutch there.
Yeah, a little bit. Broseph tries to come away with it. Ratio has a nice opportunity here, but it's just going to go a little bit wide and high. Valor trying to keep it in play in the University of Delaware side. Broseph with a nice opportunity. Can they get the double tap? Looks like they're going to hit the ground before they're able to. Valor tries to center it to Ratio. He's got a shot on goal. It's going to go into the top corner. Not quite. What a save by the University of Delaware.
The Human L, just the human blockade in the back line, keeping it away. Valor, though, a redirection towards the midfield. Ratio off the back wall. Broseph there cannot get the first touch. The second will not hit, and Stellar will at least get an original clear. It will not stay out for very long, though. As you can see, Xavier relentless with this attack, but they have not put one in the back of the net just yet.
No, they haven't. They've had, I believe, the ball on University of Delaware's side for the lion's share of this match so far, but they just haven't been able to capitalize on any of the opportunities they've had. The defense from University of Delaware has just been stellar so far. Ratio gets the ball back towards their corner, but they're not going to come away with it. HV Shooter has an opportunity to try and break away, but it's going to be passed over to Valor. Stellar there to clear it for University of Delaware with a minute remaining. Delaware still up 1-0. Oh, nice center
Oh, a little
comes
bit of
in.
a
Can
side
Ratio
flip.
do anything? No, not quite.
Side flip's going to cost you there, and that has to hurt just a little bit if you are Delaware. That one is just even better. HV shooter, back of the net. And that's another goal for the University of Delaware. The Blue Hens going 2 unanswered as they're up 2-0, and we're within a minute here, Juggle That.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough for Xavier University to come back from now. It can be done, though. That is for certain. Valor going to come away with a little bit of an advantage off the kickoff. Ratio has the ball now in University of Delaware's corner. It's going to be centered, but Stellar is there in time to keep it away. Broseph, though, comes away with it. Nice center over towards Valor. He's not going to be able to get the shot. The contest was successful from Delaware. Just 30 seconds remaining. Now they've got another opportunity, and it's just barely deflected off the backboard, but unable to get it. Ratio scores, and now with 30 seconds left to go, Xavier has an opportunity to tie.
HV shooter keeps it out off the crossbar, but only one attempt at it. Stellar, the follow-up, unfortunately, side flips to the side, and there's Xavier's way back into this. 25 seconds left on that clock, and there's still so much time left over. Valor is bumped, though, and the Human L will clear this one out. Final 15 seconds. There needs to be a goal here for Xavier, and it just will not happen. The Human L, again, showing up when he's needed. It's another goal for the Delaware side, and they're up 3-1. That's basically the nail in the coffin.
He may be the Human L, but he is the Rocket League dub so far for this University of Delaware team. Coming away with some excellent play so far. I think they've been carrying their team to victory in this matchup. Just 10 seconds remain to try and score 2 goals. They have to get one soon. It's looking less and less likely. 5 seconds to go. The ball being just caught up in this back corner. 1 second to go. That's going to be it. Delaware takes the first map.
Delaware take game number 1, and in a clean fashion at that. It has to hurt just a little bit if you are the Xavier side, because they had so many opportunities, yet only converted on 1. 3-1 the final score, and even with the goals scored, it was still Delaware dominance, at least on the attacking side. The defense for Xavier, a little weak, to say the least, but their offense, even though Stellar is on the Delaware team, the offense of Xavier was stellar, to say the least.
It certainly was. I feel like they lost a little bit of steam towards the second half of that match, but in the first half, they were getting lots of opportunities on goal. I mean, we saw a couple of them that looked like they were going in, but just through, the randomness and the physics of Rocket League, just didn't quite make it over the goal line. So, Xavier, gonna have to try harder to get cleaner shots on goal, right? Get some that are going a little bit more towards the center of the as the kickoff comes in for the second game. We see a ball coming over very close to Xavier's side of the field. Shot might come in here from Shooter, but it's able to be cleared away by Xavier University once again. Ratio comes away with ball in the center. It's going to be knocked over by Broseph, but the shot's just a little bit wide. The Human L comes away with possession, but he's going to be challenged by Ratio. It's unsuccessful for Xavier, though. Human L still has the ball after their possession. Going to be contested by Stellar and Ratio. Ratio going to come away with it, and now he's got a breakaway opportunity. Can he convert it into something? He needs to center it. Demo's going to come in on him, though, so no opportunity anymore there.
Unfortunately, unable to do anything with it. Stellar here with an opportunity. There's a centering ball. HV shooter, top left corner. No, it goes corner down and away. The University of Delaware with a awesome opportunity just cannot convert, and that has to hurt just a little bit because Delaware were putting those away in game 1. Thus far, it just has not happened. They still have an opportunity here, though, as Delaware looking for something, cannot get it. The pass is good, but the Human L is denied, and this defense from Xavier finally showing up here in game number 2.
Wow, yes it is, but look at these 2 demos coming in. This is a tough spot for Xavier to be in. The other 2 players have respawned. Now Ratio coming away with possession temporarily. Stellar going to be able to get it towards the ceiling. Though shot on goal, it just barely hits the crossbar once again, robbing Xavier of another goal.
The 4th defender here for the University of Delaware coming into full effect. No way for them to get through. They finally do. Xavier University with their first lead of the evening, as they will go up 1-0. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left of this, so the University of Delaware are not out of this one by any means, but finally, Xavier can get it away from the woodwork and towards the back of the net.
That they can. 3.5 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for Delaware to come back in this, or for Xavier to extend their lead. What a goal off the kickoff.
Valor, a good 50, and that's sometimes all you need. Luck can sometimes just be on your side. I'm Ratio with their, well, second shot of the game. Another goal for Xavier, and that's got to hurt the University of Delaware. Now down 2-0. Nobody's come back from a deficit thus far, much less a 2-goal deficit at that. So we need to see a little bit of proactive offense from Delaware. There's a good start and a good shot. HV shooter up. Can he get it over? He does. Off the 50. Is it a good position? The answer, not that much. 50 away. And Xavier keep their 2-goal lead, at least for the time being. Ratio barely keeping that at 1 away. There's a centering pass, but nobody there to convert. And that one, yet again, has to hurt the Blue Hens side.
Yeah, it certainly does. Delaware had quite the opportunity there, but honestly, the defense from Xavier coming in stronger than it has in the past. They're doing a lot better job of keeping a player near the net, clearing the ball when it comes close. Valor going to come away with it in their own corner. They're going to try and dribble it up, but the contest going to be successful from Delaware. Nice pass off the backboard, and that's a goal. Stellar going to have the lead that Xavier has.
Stellar, 1 off the backboard, the second touch to boot. That's a smart play and a good mechanical play at that. We've known that Xavier have had their defensive woes, and it's been exploited already. Delaware bring 1 back, but there's still so much time left. Xavier can still extend, and Delaware easily can come back in this one.
Yeah, that they certainly can. Broseph going to come away with the ball. They're going to clear it down towards University of Delaware's side, but it's going to come right back towards them. Goes for the flip reset. Valor going to be able to contest it successfully, though. Shooter going to come in with a shot. Goes just a little bit wide, though. And that's going to be an opportunity for Xavier. Never mind. Delaware to settle it. Shot goes in, and the Human L comes away with another goal. And now, this is really heating up.
Stellar, an amazing pass across, and the Human L places it perfectly across the goal. Impossible for Xavier to get to that one. Over 1 to the side of another, and the third, unfortunately, just not in a good position. Delaware have tied us right back up, but there's still 2 minutes left. There's still so much time on that clock. Either team can still run away with this, or we may just go to overtime.
That we may. As a matter of fact, couldn't go with a shot like that once again from the Human L. Just doing tremendous work right now for University of Delaware. Xavier needs to find a way to shut this player down.
And they need to shut the passing lanes down at that, Juggle God. I gotta say, the passing has been expert from the Blue Hens side. Again, we're seeing team play coming through, and that's just not what we've seen from Xavier. It's been very solo plays. That time, it's the Human L on a solo play, up and over, using the kickoff of HV Shooter to the fullest extent possible. Sometimes, it's only 1 touch that you need. I'm Ratio, unable to get there, misses that corner boost. That's gotta kill you. The University of Delaware, 4 unanswered goals.
Yeah, this is big right now. Xavier University needs to fix what's going wrong with them right now. Tough place for them to be, and that's exactly what they do. They narrow the gap once again. Broseph comes in with a goal.
Valor, there's a passing play. There's the team play I really talked about, 20 seconds ago that they were missing.
Right?
Xavier, finally, looking as a squad rather than it's a 1v1, v1, v3. And there is the squad we're looking for. Now, the question is, can they get another? The answer, seemingly yes, but no, it's denied. The Human L keeps it away, and that will keep Delaware in the lead, at least for the time being. There's another centering ball, but it's kept back the other way. Stellar in a decent position, but without the boost required, will just back away. HV Shooter, centering ball. Human L is up. There's a shot. Does it go up and over? You better believe it does. Up and over everyone on the Xavier defense. The Blue Hens re-extend their lead to 2, and Xavier just cannot catch up.
Oh, just barely misjudged that ball. The Human L now, I believe, with a hat trick for Delaware, if not more. Broseph going to come away with a nice pass right there, a nice possession. I'm Ratio is going to get the ball towards the midfield, but it's going to go down towards Xavier's side of the field. Just 1 minute remaining, and now Xavier really has to put the pressure on. I'm Ratio going to be able to get it down towards Delaware's side of the field. Broseph with a nice shot on goal, and that's going to go in.
Feels backflip man for the defenders of Delaware, and there's Stellar just backflipping. A perfect pass from I'm Ratio, getting it up and over. HV Shooter going across rather than backward, cannot make the save. Xavier, with their 4th goal in the game, 9th for the teams combined. It's a 1-goal game here, Juggle God, and we still have a minute to play.
That we do. A nice pass goes off the backboard. No. Valor's gonna tip it just the wrong way, back over to the corner. Still going to be on Delaware's side of the field, though. Valor's going to keep it over there. Shot's going to go a little bit wide. Going to have to try and contest it, but just misses it. Broseph comes away with the ball, centers it, but it's going to go a little high for anyone to be able to do it with anything with it. Valor, though, gets a nice ball across Delaware's goal, but once again, nobody there to take an opportunity of it. Here goes Valor, though! What a shot! What a pass!
Broseph, out of left field, sends it to Valor out of right. Sometimes that's all you need. Xavier, tie us right back up. 20 seconds left on that clock. We've averaged just over a goal a minute, and we're not done.
I think it's 2 goals a minute, isn't it?
Well, per team, I guess.
Yeah, a minute per goal for each team. This is incredible. 10 seconds left to go. I think we might be headed to overtime, but Stellar's going to try and make that not a reality. Ball is going to be cleared, though, expertly by Xavier, and that's going to burn a lot of time off the clock right there. I'm Ratio comes away with it. It's going to center the ball back towards Delaware, but it's going to be Delaware who comes away with possession, but we are into overtime.
Extra time here in game number 2. You wouldn't believe where we are compared to game number 1. A 3-1 finish there. Now 5-5 through that same 5 minutes of play. Sometimes it's just a game, and sometimes that's all it takes. Valor sends the ball forward, but Stellar unable to get there. And now it's time for Delaware to just slow things down and try and create some possession. I don't think they're going to be given the opportunity, though.
Ooh, that was a nice attempt there from Xavier, but HV Shooter was there to contest, and it came away successful. Once again, going to be successful for this Delaware side, and I'm Ratio with a nice save right there. That could have easily gone very poorly for Xavier. They're going to stay in the goal. Going to start to chase it now. Broseph knocks the ball down towards Delaware's side of the field. HV Shooter actually centers it pretty well for Xavier, but nobody's there to take opportunity of it. Stellar comes in with a shot. Ooh. Oh, and the dribble was beautiful, but the contest was there once again from Xavier. Nice pass off the backboard. The Human L goes for the double tap, but unable to get it. Now going to try and center the ball back again, but it's not going to go their way, at least momentarily. Ball going to be centered once again. There's a shot, but it's going to be blocked. And this overtime has been exciting. Delaware with the lion's share of the possession once again.
Yeah, and they're not letting up either. There's another ball back the other way. Stellar up and over. Back the other way, though. Is anybody there to put it away? The answer, not in the slightest. Delaware gets back in time, and it's kept away. The Human L with a clearance. Another one at that. There's a centering ball. Stellar's up, but will be beaten to that same very ball. Valor has to go up, but you need to see Xavier turn into more team play rather than just kicking the ball and trying to chase after it, because that's all we've seen thus far.
Yeah, that's very true. They haven't really been able to get a cohesive attempt or a cohesive push together on the second side. They have an opportunity now, though, as I'm Ratio has the ball. They're going to center it. Can Broseph get there for a shot? They're going to be 2 contesting the ball from Delaware. This could be an opportunity for Xavier. Ball is going to go towards the net, but HV Shooter going to be there to keep it out of the way. Oh, look at that!
Oh, no! It's just Shooter carrying it in. The demo onto Broseph just to solidify it. The nail in the coffin for game number 2. Up and over, to the left, to the right. Round and round we go. Like juggling, would you say?
Indeed, indeed. Very much like that. What a fantastic play by Shooter right there. Just barely tapped the ball in. Just changing its trajectory slightly so that the defender there or Xavier didn't have an opportunity. Yeah, it was like so minor, but it was just enough to kind of shoot it over the right front of that defender from Xavier. So beautiful play coming out from Delaware. They extend their lead 2-0, but boy, they had to try real hard in this game.
A 1-goal differential, only one more than our previous game, which was 3-1, of course, but this time it took so much longer and, well, had so many more goals, to be exact, for all of you mathematicians out there. We had 7 more goals. Don't do math on stream. It's not a good idea. But 11 goals scored. Yeah. 6 of which, again, math on stream, not a good idea. 6 of which go the way of the University of Delaware. They will take game number 2 and go up to 0. it's now just match point. We don't play 5-game sets. It's a best of 5.
Yeah.
This may be all she wrote here for Xavier in game number 3. And here in this best of 5, Jungle God, I got to be honest, with the way that the University of Delaware is playing, they may be able to shut it out right here as we start up game number 3.
They may be able to, but Xavier going to come away with a little bit of an early possession. That is until Stellar has something to say with it. HV Shooter now going to keep the ball over towards Xavier's side of the field. Broseph coming away with it, but it's going to be iRatio and Valor who pick it up in the middle. Flick to try and keep the pressure on, but just not able to. Excellent defense coming out there from Delaware. Broseph once again trying to clog up the opportunities for HV Shooter, but he's got one right here. Broseph going to be able to defend it successfully, though.
The second touch just was not there, and that's got to hurt. Stellar, though, centering pass. There's a double commit coming through from the Xavier side. The Humanel looking for that second touch. Cannot get it towards the midfield, rather just towards the right side. iRatio up, misses, and that cannot happen. Broseph is up, though, looking for a flip reset, looking for another touch, is beaten. The Humanel on the back line yet again, playing stellar defense, even though their teammate's name is Stellar. Sometimes you just got to live up to the name.
Yeah, sometimes you do. Sometimes you have to take inspiration from your teammates, and there was an opportunity. Here's another shot on goal. iRatio scores. Xavier, once again, going to go up early.
Putting it through, but the question is, can they continue off of it? A double commit coming through. HV Shooter and Stellar both going to the side. The Humanel, a good touch, just not one for the position of their teammates. The Blue Hens on the back foot yet again. The question now remains, will they be able to come back for the second time in 2 games?
If anybody can do it, it's certainly this squad right here. What was that? Just barely off the sidebar. Valor going to be able to center it. Broseph has an opportunity, but just barely misses the ball. Stellar going to come away with it now in their side of the field. iRatio, though, going to be able to keep the pressure on. Can they come away with it again? That's going to be the Humanel who clears it. But Broseph is there to make sure it doesn't go too far onto their side of the field. iRatio going to come away with possession again. Can they center it? There's going to be a pass. The shot comes in, but HV Shooter was there to contest it, so no luck for them. And now it's almost an open goal opportunity for Delaware. The Humanel comes away with the ball, but it's going to be picked up by Broseph. He tries to center it, but iRatio just not quite there. The pinch sends the ball careening back towards University of Delaware side of the field. Can anybody from Xavier capitalize on this opportunity, though? It's like not at this moment.
Not able to do too much with this one is Xavier. University of Delaware, though, having an offensive opportunity back the other way. There's a 50. Pinch back off that bottom corner. Stellar in a good position. Centering ball. It's up and in the midfield, but Valor keeps it away. HV Shooter unable to do much with it. Humanel up. Stellar with the shot. It's denied. Broseph is up and keeps it away, but another centering pass is coming through. There's another pass. There's another shot, but it's denied yet again. Xavier finally playing good defense, and here's the counterattack opportunity. It's a goal from long range for Valor. iRatio credited with the assist to clear it out the other way, and Xavier with a 2-goal lead yet again.
Yeah, excellent opportunity taken advantage of right there by Xavier. University of Delaware was pushed up far too forward, and that just left the goal completely exposed. Shot comes in from Xavier. It's going to be deflected, though, and now Stellar has an opportunity. It's going to be contested, though, by Xavier. No opportunity for them to score there. iRatio trying to stay on the sidewall to boop the ball back, but just unable to. The Humanel comes away with it. They're going to try to pull away with an aerial dribble, but just misplay it slightly. iRatio now going to try and keep the pressure on. Valor is there. The tip almost goes in. Broseph with an opportunity, just barely misses it. Valor going to try and bounce it off the backboard, though, see if another opportunity presents itself, but not this time. Broseph now has to block this ball from bouncing in, and they do just that.
Humanel on the side. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Not able to get that first touch. Does get the second, so that does help just a little bit. Broseph up and over. Gets it past one, not the second, though. Stellar is there, and HV Shooter gets beat. Humanel forward, though. HV Shooter's already up. Does not get the redirect, but it's still a centering ball. Is anybody there to put it away? The answer, not in the slightest. Where are the Blue Hens? Where is this attack for the University of Delaware side? They just are not in position in this game, and they're seemingly giving away so many of these offensive opportunities.
Yeah, they really are. The offensive prowess that we saw before has just vanished for University of Delaware. They need to pick it back up if they're hoping to stay in this 1 minute left to go. certainly not over yet, but things are looking dire for University of Delaware. Xavier University, though, has to be happy with this scoreline because they're staying alive. Their backs are against the wall here. This is the do or die moment, and so far, Xavier University is doing what they need to do. Broseph gonna try and bounce it off the backboard. Can a pass come in? Can anybody take advantage of it? I'm Ratio just a little bit late to the party, unable to do anything about it. Valor comes in for the contest. It's gonna go Xavier's way, at least momentarily. Broseph tries to get the ball towards center, but it's gonna stay on Xavier's side, at least for the moment. Stellar now gonna contest the ball, but I'm Ratio's there as well. It's gonna be in Stellar's favor, though. Broseph trying to center the ball again for a shot, but it's not going to come in. Valor now chasing the ball back down towards their side of the field. I'm Ratio picks it up as well, and now with 10 seconds left to go, there's just an opportunity presenting itself for Xavier, and they capitalize on it. Broseph now with the ball in their control. They go for the flip reset, and that's going to do it. Xavier takes the first win.
University of Delaware fall in that game, and I don't think there's a better way to put it, in all fairness. Xavier looked strong, and that's exactly what we needed to see from them. Good offense, good transitions from defense to offense, and strong defense itself. The three pillars of Rocket League, even though there's 4 pillars on that field to be specific. But nonetheless, looking strong, and that's something we just really didn't see in Game 1, really. Game 2, it was apparent, just we didn't see much defense from that same squad. I'm liking this new Xavier.
As am I, and Delaware literally dropped the ball, I think, on that last round. They, the offense was missing from them. They didn't have possession, it felt like, for much of that last game. They weren't able to get opportunities, but here comes one right off the bat. The Human L, though, denied a goal. An excellent defense coming in from Xavier.
There's a centering pass. Oh, no, Stellar misses. I was about to say there's a centering pass, but there just wasn't one. The Human L looking for it without any boost can't do much with it. Stellar does have the boost and does get something out of it. HV Shooter up and forward, 1 versus 1. Does he get it over? There's the flick, up and over 2 defenders. The Blue Hens take another lead.
That was a beautiful flick right there. HV Shooter said where our offense was missing last time, but it is here this time in spades. And just barely bounces it off the crossbar, I think, too. That was an excellent shot.
Lead, to say the least, is the Blue Hens take another opening lead. This is their first opening lead since game number 1, and we know how that one went. The Human L looking to get a 50. It is denied, and Valor's there to turn it into an offensive opportunity. There's a 50, and there's only one player back. Can they get it past Valor? No. The Human L is denied, and Shooter is bumped in the midfield. This has got to hurt the University of Delaware defense, because they just cannot seemingly get their rotations through.
No, they really can't. Xavier is just driving circles around him right now. Excellent block there by Broseph. That was going into the net for sure. Opportunity has presented itself for Delaware. They're looking to extend their lead. Can they do it? They are able to. Broseph just not quite in time to block that shot.
Are we sure it wasn't HV Shooter with that one? That was a Barrett 50 cal with the snipe on that one. Top bins, all you need. The University of Delaware up 2-0, 2 unanswered yet again. And Xavier faltering on the defensive side. This time, it's really just rotations. Sometimes people just are not in position, and that's what's going to cost you time and time again. Valor, that's going to go off the ceiling, looking for a second touch, gets it over the second. Broseph forward, taking that ball, but cannot do anything with it. And now it's a counterattack opportunity. Shooter already in a good position, looking for a centering pass, won't get it. But this time it's a centering pass for the University of Delaware. There's the demo, there's the flick, and there's the goal. Stellar with a shot through, and you gotta hate to see it for Xavier as the demo across. Just no way to defend against that one.
No, there certainly wasn't. Stellar did an excellent job of just staying cool and calm as they guided that ball in with finesse. Now with the kickoff going the way of Xavier, at least momentarily. Ball going to be back on Xavier's side of the field. It gets centered. The Human L has an opportunity. Can he get the double tap here? It just barely drops in front of the net where Xavier was able to keep it out of trouble. Ratio has an opportunity, but there's 2 defenders back for University of Delaware, and they're able to keep things under control for their side. Broseph now going to take the ball near the ceiling. Valor going to go up for it as well. Stellar now trying to keep it from turning into any kind of opportunity for Xavier University. In fact, Shooter's got to come away with it. Stellar now with an opportunity to try and center it, and they're able to do just that, but It's not going to go their way. An open goal. It goes just a little bit wide, and Xavier denied yet another opportunity to try and come back in this matchup. A little over 2.5 minutes to go, and Xavier really needs to get things going.
They just haven't. That's the issue. They haven't had the defense, they haven't had the counterattacks, and they just have not had the offense. That's the challenge that we've seen. I was talking about having the 3 pillars of Rocket League. They've been missing all 3. A faulty building, if you will. Unfortunately, OSHA would have a field day with this one. Shooter does deny it. No, he doesn't. Dunked over top. Valor shutting him down. Shaquille O'Neal coming through. I'm Ratio with the pass, and Valor just shutting it down. The second touch over top. That has to hurt. If you're Delaware, you still have that 2-goal lead, but I'm getting deja vu from game 1. It's 3-1 yet again.
That it is. 2 minutes left to go to change this scoreline, though. Both teams going to be looking to do just that. University of Delaware in the lead, and if they can take away this win, they're going to come away with the series win as well. Stellar has the ball. It's going to center it over to the Human L, but the contest is there from Xavier. They're able to keep it successfully out of harm's way. HV Shooter denies an opportunity for Xavier to come away with the ball towards the Delaware side of the field. Stellar going to try and center it. Shooter with a shot. It's not going to go in there. Xavier was there to deny. It's going to go off the backboard, though. Can they come away with another opportunity? It was there, but it wasn't converted. Broseph now going to keep the ball out of harm's way for Xavier, but a nice center comes through once again from the Human L. Nobody there, though, from Delaware to take advantage of it again. Been a lot of nice passes in front of the goal, but follow-up just hasn't been there for Delaware.
Luckily enough, they do have a 2-goal lead, so they do have some breathing room. That may change right now. HV Shooter has to get back and does off that crossbar, or off the post, my apologies, and keeping it away. There's a ball off that ceiling and still in position here for the University of Delaware. Not able to do anything with it, though. Broseph now in a good position, looking for centering pass. Gets it. Valor shot up and over. Denied by the Human L in the back line yet again. The human brick wall this time around, keeping it away, and that has to hurt yet again for Xavier, who cannot get it past this University of Delaware defense, and we're within a minute.
That we are. This is the do or die time for sure. A nice opportunity. Ratio scores! And now just 1 goal separates these two. Xavier University. This is their lifeline right here. Ratio bringing them back into this fight. They can certainly score another goal in 40 seconds.
Stellar, a little bit of a mistake on the back line, uncharacteristic at that, and that has to, yet again, just hurt. Flick over top for the Human L is denied. Second shot, though. Broseph gets back in time. Stellar's in a good position, though. Looking for the centering ball. Looks to center it off that back wall, but cannot do it. Shooter, shot. No, a pass. Shot through. Team play. What? No, denied. Valor in a good position. I couldn't even predict that, and I can see the entire field.
Right? I thought that one was going in, but in the nick of time, Valor was there. Now there's an opportunity. Can Ratio come away with it? They do! They've scored! They've tied it up with 12 seconds left to go.
Delaware, what happened? 2, 3, 4 mistakes. The Human L just jumps right by it. Uncharacteristic defensive woes for the Blue Hens. And I can't even fathom it. They made so few mistakes, even in game number 4, or even in game number 3, my apologies. They made few mistakes. Well, they didn't make very good plays. They just didn't make mistakes. This time around, not the case. Stellar looking for a centering pass, maybe even a shot. Can't get either. We're going to overtime in game 4.
It is OT, and this is Xavier's opportunity to stay alive. Delaware gonna want to put the final nail in the coffin here and say goodbye to this matchup. The Human L with a little bit of a breakaway, but Valor's gonna be able to contest it. The ball does get centered. Ratio forced to boop it back towards the backboard to keep it out of harm's way. Valor now gonna try and come away with it, but the contest was there from Shooter, the 50, going Delaware's way. The Human L tries to come away with it, but it's gonna be Ratio who does instead. Human L boops it off the backboard. A little bit of a double commit there as well from University of Delaware, but it's not going to harm them this time around. Valor going to try and center the ball. Ratio there to try and take a shot, and that's going to do it. Xavier lives to fight another day.
That another day is game number 5. 40 seconds into OT this time around. The University of Delaware falter yet again. This is hurting. The University of Delaware are faltering yet again. And this cannot continue to happen.
No, it cannot now. This is do or die for both of these teams. Game number 5 is gonna decide it all. It all comes down to this, and this has been an exciting matchup. I thought Delaware was gonna run away with it at first, but Xavier University really coming alive in these last 2 games. They found their footing. They've downloaded Delaware, and now they know what to do.
Yeah, the blockade just faltering just a little bit, and you
Mhm.
hate to see it if you're a Blue Hen fan coming in trying to support your uni, and this time around you got to do it in game number 5. It's hurting to say the least, but it's not over just yet. Game number 5, it is all to play for, as the kids say. This is for all the marbles, and seemingly Delaware kind of likes marbles. They have some good offense early on.
Yeah, that they do. Taking a look at this giant marble, though, booping back and forth between these cars. The shot comes in. I'm ratio there to deny the goal, though. Now there's a breakaway opportunity for Xavier. Can they turn this into something? Broseph there. Can he come away with a 50? Goes the way of Stellar. I'm ratio. Now with a shot, he drops it down towards the net, but Stellar was there to deny. Once again, now the Human L has an opportunity. Broseph tries to deny it, but instead directs it right into their own net.
With some speed as well, 129 kilometers an hour. That's about 70 miles an hour for all of you people speaking American units. University of Delaware, looking strong, a little bit of help from the Xavier defense, but it's not a game-ending mistake. It's not a series-losing mistake. This one is still all to play for. The Human L, good clearance out, keeping Delaware up and keeping them in a good position to rotate around, especially with now I ratio being demoed out of the play.
And now there's an opportunity. Never mind. It's coming back for Xavier University. Valor going to try and keep the pressure on, but a slight misplay sends it down towards their side of the field. Broseph going to boop it away. HV Shooter, they're going to come away with it, able to ground the ball about center field, but grounds it for Valor. Shot comes in. Stellar there to block, however. HV Shooter now tries to contest it, but a nice center comes in. Can Broseph take advantage of it? Not this time around. Stellar going to come away with the possession. I'm ratio looking to contest right now. Shot goes close, but Delaware denied. Once again, Valor was there and valiantly kept the ball out of the net.
Ball off the backboard, though. That's a centering pass. Nobody there. Stellar, the closest one, in an awful position to try and convert. So instead of overcommitting, decides to play conservatively. Smart, to say the least, on that front line. I'm Shooter up, and, well, I'm ratio up. HV Shooter with a clearance out, but not far enough. Broseph in a good position, cannot convert. Here's Valor, up and over. Broseph, the shot does not go through. Valor's still up, though. This is still an opportunity. There's the flick reset. It's denied on the back line. Keeping the offense forward, though, Xavier, they cannot get this goal through. Juggle God, they are not putting it in. They finally do, though. Valor tie us right back up.
That was such incredible pressure coming out from Xavier. They had University of Delaware scrambling for each of these shots, and at some point, the wall had to break, and that's exactly what happened. Tie game here, and I can't think of a better place to be in this Game 5.
Valor, though, in a good position, off the ceiling, looking for that late flip. Does he use it? He does, off the back wall. Is anybody there? Yes, it's Broseph. It goes off the post. It stays out, off the crossbar, and away. No, it will go in. Broseph, ping pong, through and through. It's a game. Oh my gosh, it's a game of ping pong. Just back and forth. The University of Delaware cannot keep it out.
No, they can't. I know they weren't, but it looked like practically all 6 cars were there trying to come away with possession of the ball right there. And amidst all that chaos, Xavier going to be coming away with a point. They've got the lead now with 2.5 minutes to go. Delaware on the back foot now, and this is their first time that they're losing in this series. Xavier has to feel like this momentum is pushing them forward, though I'm ratio going to be able to drop the ball. Can he get it centered? Not this time around. Broseph going to try and keep the ball out of Xavier's side of the field, but it's going to come away in Human L's possession. Nice shot from Stellar. It's going to go in. The game is tied again.
Quick fire from Stellar. The Human L across and in perfect position, uses the ground as that drop kick opportunity. And I'm ratio cannot get high enough. We're tied right back up. The University of Delaware are not out of the woods, nor out of this one just yet.
No, they are not. Kickoff going to go pretty much straight up that time around. The Human L trying to come away with possession here. They're going to give it over to Stellar, though. Human L comes away with it. A shot comes in, but HV Shooter's there to block it. It was a fairly slow one, so not too much to worry about there. Ratio dropping it off the backboard, though. Can anyone? Valor looks to try and keep it alive for Xavier, but they're not quite able to. Broseph almost gets an open net shot right there, but it's going to be Valor picking it up, trying to keep the pressure on once again. The 50 goes the way of Delaware that time around. And this ball just staying largely in the center of the field at the moment.
And nobody gaining real offensive or defensive pressure off of it. Finally,
Yeah.
University of Delaware looking for it. There's a flip reset, looking for the centering ball. Is Broseph there? Yes, but the centering ball's still there. Is anybody there to convert? No! Valor the only one in the general vicinity, and now it's a ball back the other way. There's a shot over top. I'm Ratio will put Xavier University in the lead here in game number 5.
What a comeback we've seen from this Xavier squad. And look at that beautiful tap right there just to get it in that bottom right corner of the net. Now, University of Delaware on the back heels once again. Can they equalize just as quick as they did the last time? It's all on the line right now with just over a minute left to go. Xavier needs to hold on to this lead. They're going to keep the pressure on as well. We've got a nice opportunity from Valerie. Tries to take a shot, but the 50 is there in favor of Delaware.
The Human L on the back line predicting that one perfectly, but no! He misreads it. Broseph puts it through. It's as free can be. A late Black Friday sale on the University of Delaware goal line, and Xavier take a 2-goal lead. What just happened?
Yeah, this is Delaware just falling apart at the last moment. Xavier finding so many opportunities and capitalizing on them. And now, ball down towards Xavier's side of the field. They're going to be a center pass, but it's going to go a little too far back. Oh my gosh, the Human L with a nice tip into the net.
What a pass forward from HV Shooter, and the Human L, a perfect redirection straight to the center of the net. Nobody there for Xavier University, and they stay alive. 46 seconds left on that clock. The Blue Hens, not out of this one just yet. They are very much still alive, and there's so much time left on this clock. Looking for a centering ball. They get it, but it does not go through, and the Human L needs to turn it back the other way.
Yeah, now the pressure being put on once again by Xavier, but there's a potential open net opportunity. Just 30 seconds left to go. Stellar gonna take a shot. It goes off the backboard, almost just hitting that top bar. The Human L trying to keep the pressure on right now. University of Delaware looking for an opportunity. They need to come away with a goal in the last 15 seconds here. Valor going to be able to clear it, though. It's going to bounce down towards University of Delaware's side. Open net, not quite going to be moving fast enough for them to get it in. 5 seconds left to go. The Human L tries for a center, but it's moved so far down towards Delaware's side of the field. They can't come away with it. It is Xavier with the reverse sweep.
They go next to flawless through the final 3 games. 2-0, 4-3, 4-3, all in favor of Xavier, all cleaning the clocks of the Blue Hens, and they should not have been able to do that. I'm sorry, they just should not have been able to. 2 very crucial mistakes from the University of Delaware in game number 5, another couple in game number 4, and that has to hurt if you're a Blue Hen fan.
Yeah, it looked like they just lost their focus towards the end of this match. They maybe got a little too comfortable with their lead and clearly didn't anticipate Xavier coming back the way that they did. But these two teams really fought hard for this match today, and I hope we get to see them play again in the future because this is quite the matchup.
Yeah, it was so clinical from Xavier in the final 3 games. They played very, very well. They just did not pick it up early on. We're going to have to see some of that earlier on in later games, ironically enough as it sounds. But for the time being, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to get an interview from Broseph himself. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. 2 straight games, just could not clean it out. And after that, the University of Delaware falter. But luckily enough for us, we know that Xavier were able to bring it through and complete the reverse sweep. And here to break it down for us, as you can see below me, is Brosif himself, the defensive menace and the offensive god coming through. Brosif, how do you feel about that one?
Feeling good. It's a great way to start the new semester, start the new season. Feeling strong.
Excellent. Now, I want to know what changed between games 2 and 3 for your side. Was it a mental reset? Did you just have to figure this Delaware team out? What gave you the advantage that allowed you to come away with the wins in games 3, 4, and 5?
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything actually. The mental reset was probably the biggest factor. We were kind of just getting down on ourselves a little bit, and then after game two, I went and I changed my preset, got the tux out, so that helped too. And then I got back in the game and we started winning.
Yeah, you guys had some issues early on. The 3-1 finish in game 1 was very dominant from the University of Delaware. They played very well in that game. Game 2, though, that was your real game to start your comeback. That's what initiated the reverse sweep. Even without the game win, that's what really started things off. I want to question, you said you had the mental reset, but in game number 2, you have to admit, was it at least a little defeating to lose that one? Because, well, yeah, it's a 6-5 loss, and yeah, it's just that one goal. You just, especially after losing game 1, was it one of those, oh, we could have been there?
I'll be honest, it's a little bit of a bummer because we build up that hope thinking we could, we had that comeback and then we just lose it all over again. Or actually, I think we started out hot too.
Mhm.
So a bit of a roller coaster. So yeah, I won't lie that it's a little bit of a bummer, but I don't know. I just know that the script that Xavier writes is that we always win game fives. So no matter what, if we get to a game five, uh, we're just taking the series.
Yeah, I saw Twitch chat talking about it. Xavier never loses game 5. Apparently they were correct. I saw Delaware get the opening goal and I was scared. Now, on to game 5. You had your issues early on, and I want to say throughout the entire series, it was really difficult for you to play defensively up against the more team play oriented side of the Blue Hens. Would you agree that you finally adapted to that more in game 2, more in through game number 3? Because that's something that we really missed, and as you completed it, you really shut down the passing lanes for the Blue Hens.
Yeah, definitely. They're super team oriented. They have a lot of really, really good passes and a lot of demo plays too that were pretty annoying. But that's just something you got to look out for. Just change your play style a little bit. Like watch out for the mid passes. Try to dodge bumps and demos. And then once we're able to kind of tell ourselves to do that, it just starts working out for us.
Excellent. Now, I want to know what is next for the Xavier Rocket League team. What are you looking to do this spring split?
I want to say we're looking to win out.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we have a new kind of locked in starting roster, so it'll just be the three of us
Hmm.
now, and we're just gonna practice together as a team and just keep getting better every week.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming in for this interview. Luck to you in the rest of the season as well. Looking forward to seeing more exciting play coming out of Xavier.
All right, thank you.
That's going to do it here for, ironically, our first match of the day and seemingly our second and
Yours and
third at
mine,
that.
yours and my last one as well,
Yeah,
unfortunately. Yeah, that's
yeah.
going to be all she wrote for us here today.
Yeah, unfortunately, games 1 and 3 did get canceled, but don't worry, we still have so much more Rocket League for you. When we come back, it's a 7:30 matchup. It's Butler University versus Weber State University. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just 15 minutes with yet another best of 5 and even more Rocket League throughout the rest of the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the EGFC Rocket League. We are here for another matchup. We've got a newcomer to the EGF in this one. Weber State in their very first EGF match going up against Butler. This one should be a fun one.
I do agree. The Utah-based university here is going to show us what they could do, right? They've come in with a fresh new roster, fresh faces we've never seen before. And let's see what they can bring us, because right now, we have no idea, right? They are that wild card that we all wish to be once in a while, right? Once in a lifetime. Let's go down to the game. Let's see what they can bring us.
Weber State, one of the 4 teams that joins this Rocket League scene from the Big Sky Conference. Montana was in the Big Sky Conference originally, or in the Western Conference, but they have moved over with some of their newcomers as well. The newcomers are in the orange, and it is Butler in the blue as this ball finds its way on the orange half, up in the sky, drop down, but the shot is wide. Munch gathering the corner boost and kind of in an awkward spot to play that ball. Nova is the one to play it forward for Weber State, gets sent on net, and Raf is there. This one will be Raf again, and Raf snipes the corner, beating the defender, and it's Weber State to strike first.
Look at the speed, 167 kilometers an hour. It pinched. That makes so much more sense now. It pinched in the air, both of them touching it at the same time. It just went the way of Weber, and I guess that's beginner's luck, isn't it? Maybe
beginner's luck. Beginner's luck. They will take it either way. Just a lot of speed, like you said, on that shot. Just being able to get up to the ball first and winning that challenge because of it. But Butler trying to get the ball back here and press. Ham, I believe, trying to get around that ball. Got by one, but he is challenged by Nova. Finds its way off the corner once more, and Munch is there to win that challenge. Kai moving forward with it. Nova gets by Kai. Zest is there as well, and the redirect sends it down in the blue half. Awkward dunk down in front, net is open. Munch actually whiffing on this one. Zest has a chance to shoot, but Kai is there to make the save, and Kai is one of the players to watch on this Butler roster. Last season, he was one of the players that really helped Butler the most, and he sets up Munch for this goal here. It's a tie game.
Beautiful play by Kai here. He flicks it over one, hits it off the back wall before Zest can get to it in time, and Munch is just there to put it off of the floor into the top of the net. That's wonderful. We're tied at 1. 3:32 left in the game.
And also Munch with the creative shot, right? Doesn't quite get the best piece of that ball to get a lot of speed on it, but the bounce is harder to track for the last defender there, and it makes it a lot more difficult. That shot is a close angle, but it is saved away. Enham, punching that one down the field for Munch. It hits the corner of the ceiling. The drop down in front, and Munch is there. They will score. It is Butler now in the lead.
Oh, Munch, this is a beautiful play, and it passes down to Enham here. And beautifully done. Nice little pop down. Oh, wow, and they go down 1 to up 1 within just a few seconds.
And Enham has to feel a little bit robbed, but he did end up shooting it into his teammate who passed it to him either way. Butler happy to have the lead back as we hit the 3-minute mark remaining in game number 1 between these two. Enham trying to get that one out of his own side. Zest dropped down underneath. Munch is going to be able to pick up this corner boost, but he's demoed by Zest. Shot by Raf. Kai is there to make the save. Nova recentering. No one there for the side of the Wildcats, and Kai, hard to control this ball off the wall, but he does manage to get the flick over top. Raf trying to buy some time, kicks off the ramp, back and centered, but Zest is there. And back and forth we go as we hit halftime. Kai, it feels like Butler has a lot of control here as Kai off the double tap scores to make it 3-1.
By Kai, you love those double taps, don't you? Look at the angle he's got to shoot that from. Not much of an angle to look at, despite the fact he still puts it in. Finds it and puts it through. It is halfway through this game. They're up by 2.
Kai had a lot of space to work with, and it felt like Butler's offense was kind of ramping up. Even from the start, they've had a lot of possession. And here, Munch can't get the touch. He had the open net, but no dice there. Another shot coming through off the crossbar and out. Kai has to backtrack. Zest looking mid for Nova. has him, wins the challenge. That'll go off the backboard. Raph is there. Raph's shot is in off the goaltender, and it's a 1-goal game.
Oh man, the defender here, not much he can do. Enham, he goes up for it. He's progressive about it too, because he does not want to stay and stand still. That's the smart play to do, but he just doesn't read that he's not there in time, right? He's just too far away from it. Instead of going towards the ball, he goes away from it and allows Raph to get the shot in as Kai there. That's a beautiful way to start us off, and they nearly get back that 2-goal lead.
The fake shot came through in the bump as well. Kai looking for the corner, but Zest denies him, and now Zest moving forward. Has no boost, but will manage to find a second touch. Munch is there to clean up that backboard play. Kai in transition to punch it downfield. Kicks up. Third man possibly. Enham and his teammate double committing there, so a little bit of a miscue. Gives the ball to Raph. Loses it for a moment. Nova kicks it up high. Where's the shot coming from? It's Zest, but he cannot find the net. And you see Weber State, they're having a little bit of a tough time generating these quality chances because Butler in transition right now. A lot of space to work with. Nova lobbing that one downfield. It's on net. Enham has to respect it. There's a double commit on the shot, and it's saved by Kai once again diving across.
That's so beautiful. That is how you defend. And you said it right. No quality chances, or very little of them, from Weber. And when they do come, the transition game is great out of Butler.
Munch gets this one over top, and we were talking about that transition game. It's how they've gotten most of their chances, but also Weber State, they're one of the things that I've noticed is that they have really struggled in getting a lot of time of possession, but that's a huge chance in transition from Raph. The rebound shot. Munch is right there to make the save. Shot down to him. 2 players on this one. Kai actually gets bumped by his own teammate. Enham is up. Raph beats him to it. Short time remaining here for Weber State. Can they get one more to tie this one up? Pinched off the ramp there. Munch to drop it back down. Raph booming clear. Redirect by Nova, but Enham reads it well. Last second chance, and they will not get one. It is Butler to take game 1.
Oh, and that is some great play out of both teams, I would say, right? Of course, it's looking a little bit more towards Butler's side with that amazing 3-2 victory there in game number 1. We do see it go the way of Butler, and that's kind of what we expected, but I don't think we expected this hard of a first match, right? Where it was very back and forth and very strong out of Weber. They showed up. They really did. The wild card does show up sometimes.
Yeah, and this is one of those cases where it's hard to kind of get a judge of how good a team is coming in, because Butler, these are one of these teams that you look at in the EGF and they're a possible championship team. They were top 4 last season. They've had a couple of roster moves since then, but Weber State coming in, you have no idea how to scout this team. There's no real info on them. So Weber State is in this kind of portion of the game where they're trying to figure out who they are as a team and what can work in this specific matchup as we get ready for game number 2. Butler's transition game really a strong point for them in game number 1. And their offense, too, just generating a lot of chances overall. Weber State felt like their best chances came off of those booming clears, getting it over top of the third man. If they can do that, well, they've got a shot at this series. But for now, it is Butler on the offensive, and Nova getting the clear over top of Kai and sending this one into the blue hat.
I noticed something very early on last game as, the initials for this team is WSU. Do you know of any other team that's known as WSU?
I can think of a couple. Washington State's the first one that comes to mind for me. Are you thinking of Wichita, maybe?
I'm thinking of Wichita, yeah. So that makes 3. That makes 3 of them that are WSU. No, you can't mix yourself up at this point, right? It's very difficult already when some have the same initials as others, and now on top of that, you've got some very different. At least the S always means the same thing, right?
Yeah, and Wichita State too is one of these teams that's known for their kind of strong defensive play. And we'll see if Weber State can live up to that. So far, both teams have been blanked. Nova cutting off that passing play in front. Kai has to win this challenge, and he does. He is able to get back to it as well, beating, I believe that was Raph. Nova, another big booming clear, and Kai has to respect it. He is everywhere on the defensive side for the Bulldogs. Zest might be able to turn on this one, is able to find one touch. Enham gets dunked by Zest as well, but Butler, they've just got a player ready to respond for every single touch. This one off the back wall, and it is saved away. Nova looking for a pass mid, finds his man, but Kai cuts it off, and this is the first real sustained pressure we've seen out of Weber State.
Oh, definitely, and we can see that, especially Raph, right? He's scored their only 2 goals so far. He nearly missed the hat trick last game, and I mean, he's bringing on the pressure once again, right? His offense seemingly very, very keen on pretty much the entirety of this team's offense. So let's see what they can do with Raph here at the helm. Maybe Nova or his other teammate can help him here as Munch is up in the air. The ball is up. Can Nova get it out? Yes, he can. And he's go over to Zest, over to Raph. No, just a little bit too high. And we're halfway through this game. We're still tied at 0-0.
An opportunity gone by the wayside in transition. That was an open net, and the pass just doesn't quite come through. That one is dangerously off the post. Munch collecting the corner boost. Has to respect Raph's touch here. Kai is there to answer, and Nova also able to respond to the call here. Can't get it by Enham, but all of Weber State is back. Another attempt at a booming clear that Kai cuts off. Drop down pass for Enham that Zest will answer to. Now Kai and Nova racing after this one. Nova gets the touch, but it's off the sidewall. Does manage to find a second, which sets up Raph. Passing play for Zest, just out of the reach for the moment, and is able to cut off one. And a lot of attempts at passing plays here from Weber State, but just slightly off the mark, just either too far out of reach or not far enough. And Nova now has to backtrack on this one, but Weber State doing a much better job in game 2 here of possessing the ball.
Definitely, it feels like a more equal match, and that's rare to say when you're up against a team like Butler, isn't it? That you're an equal match to Butler is, well, very hard to do, as especially Kai, the big well-known name on that team, is, well, known for a reason, right? He's quite famous, especially on EGF, for, well, the kind of stunts that he pulls, the great little plays, such as that double tap that we saw early on in game 1.
You were talking about how Zest seemed to be the go-to guy, at least for now, on the offense of Weber State, and that was the case last season for Butler. Kai was that go-to player. If you needed your offense to get going, you looked to Kai. Zest so far, not a whole ton of touches, but here's one, dribble over top of one, but Enham is there to cut him off. Nova looking to center, but no one is there. That one almost on net. He'll leave it for Raph. Raph can't get by Kai cleanly, but he does manage to get the dunk over another. Enham punching it back down in. Short time remaining here in game number 2, and we are still scoreless. Just a small handful of chances both ways. Munch now looking for Enham. Shot is on, but Nova is there to cut it off quickly. In transition now, Nova trying to flick over Kai. Gets blocked, but Zest is there. Air dribble attempt. Wants the flip reset. Has got it off the crossbar. The rebound. Raph punched it into the ground. And Weber State should be walking away with a win, but instead we're headed to overtime.
Oh no, that is devastating. That is so devastating. No, not like this. Off of the kickoff, this is how they lose. With the goal right in their fingers, in their grasp. All they had to do was put it in. Instead, it spiked. Oh, this is insult to injury. Oh my goodness, what did we just watch?
I'm in
you
shock.
can see my hair is disheveled. I went nuts from that. Oh my goodness.
I was gonna do the same thing, but I've got the headset on it. Look, that is heart-wrenching for Weber State. Not only do you have them in the very last seconds, but you think, okay, it's fine. We're still tied. We're still going to overtime. And I feel like that extra juice of like, okay, we've got them, and then you have to instantly reset yourself for kickoff might have gotten their heads a little bit on that kickoff, because all Munch did is punch that one down the field. It happened to be on, and Raph, the guy who took the shot, ends up having to be that player to make the save, and he just ends up a little bit too far ahead of the ball.
It's sad to see, huh? He was just a little bit too high on it. It fell down just a little too fast for his liking. Oh, man. I hope that he rectifies that, because he nearly got that hat trick in game number 1, nearly gets that goal in game number 2, and that must be such a morale, right? It's not an unbooster, right? Because they definitely need a morale boost right now, but yeah, they are not running high on morale right now with the last 2 games, how they've gone.
I agree. Yeah, that morale is crippled for the moment, but they have to find a way to regroup here. These games have been very close. It's just Butler making a play when they need to, as this one will get by Munch, and Kai is there again to get this one down the field. Zest is demoed. Enham trying to set up his teammate, but Nova is there. Enham again actually finds the touch as Nova opted not to make a play on it. Raph demoed as he gets the clear. Munch can't get another touch on it. Enham, no touch as well. Zest won't find the challenge. Neither player finding a touch onto that ball. Raph now from the corner, looking for a pass. Munch is there to cut him off. And once again, kind of a slower start into this game. Both teams kind of respecting the, hey, it is match point. No one wants to be the guy that makes a mistake as the demo comes through, but it is denied, and Munch will have to backtrack on this one.
I do agree. Both teams are in a weird situation, right? Because it could be 2-0 for either team right now, or it could be 1-1, of course, right? And it just so happens that it's 2-0 in favor of Butler at the current moment, and that's going to be really, really hard here for Weber to come back because of that. Let's see if they can, because, I mean, with this slow play, it's really allowing them to get some quality chances on net, and it's allowing them to at least still be in the conversation for the series.
Good touch down there by Enham, and Kai is there to pick it up. That's a good pinch off the corner. Well played there. I believe that was Raph getting the clear. Weber State heading the other way here. Zest air dribble. Kai is there to meet him. Nova, the chip up top. This is going to find the backboard. Not sure Enham has a touch, but the bump from Kai actually ends up getting him the save. I'm not sure if that was planned or not, but either way, Butler will take it. They keep the goose eggs on the board, and Kai starts to head the other way now. Chip forward off the corner. Zest is there, has 30 boost to work with. Wins the second challenge. Drop down for Raph. Mid is there, but it's Kai able to cut off the play once again. He's a defensive monster right now. Awkward play in front for Zest. He gets dunked by Enham, and Butler is on the board.
You know, it's crazy to think, right, that Butler is up 2-0 in the series, because if you look at the stats really, really closely, right, they've only scored 2 goals in the last 10 minutes, which is absolutely insane. In fact, there were 2 minutes and 11 seconds left when they scored their 3rd goal in Game 1, and then the only other goal that they've scored since was that overtime goal. So this one is such a crucial goal for Butler to get that engine going again, because just how good Weber State's has been on their defense. It's just that their offense has been lacking at the current moment, right? Weber also haven't scored a goal in like 8 minutes, which is incredibly long for both teams to go scoreless. It's so rare to see so little goals being scored in such a long period of time.
There are few teams that can hold Butler to 1 goal a game, especially here in the EGF. Zest now, that's a good shot on, off the backboard, but no rebound chance. This one will be kicked off the wall as well. Kai went, but no shot came through. Another player here at Zest, chipping this one up. Wants the air dribble, Kai cuts it off. Nova, able to find 1 touch, but Munch beats him to it. Raph with some space, looking for Nova, but Nova had to backtrack for boost. Now Zest from the corner, off the ceiling, gets a demo onto Kai. That might free up some space here for the pass to Nova, with the shot wide and high of the net. Zest over top of another. Can't beat Kai though once he respawns, and Nova punching this one back in. Munch is there. The drop down in front, off of Munch's car, and Zest is able to keep this one in the corner. So Weber State, again, generating chances. Good centering pass for Zest. Can't cut the angle, though, from across the field as we are inside a minute. Weber State cannot catch a break.
They definitely can't. They're setting up the amazing play after amazing play, right? And it's looking like tit for tat from Butler, where both teams are giving each other nice punches. It's just that they can't finish their blows, right, over at Weber. That's the biggest problem. It might be nerves at this point, because we know how much nerves can get to you, especially on your first game live, right? It should be extremely tough for you to get into the mindset properly, and if you're not in the zone, you're so screwed.
Weber State, they feel like an offense that's built for death by 1,000 cuts. The problem is they're going up against an iron curtain right now. That is Kai. As short time remaining here, Nova's got to get this one down the field. One-on-one with Munch. The challenge off to the side. Zest looking for a pass, but it's Munch to get the block they need, and Butler will get the 3-0 sweep over the newcomers.
That was a ghost touch to finish off the match. Poor Raph phases through the ball. You love to see it. You love to see Rocket League bugs in action. Who doesn't love Rocket League bugs, man? Oh, man. Poor Weber, man. No goals in 2 games. Losing 1-0 both games. Who can say that? Right? Who can say that they lost to Butler 3-0 while only allowing 5 goals, right? And being one goal games every single game. This should not have been a 3-0 scoreline, right? This 3-0 scoreline, and the scores that you see, right? You think these were blowouts every single time, that Weber weren't able to get quality chances, let alone shots. No, it was the finishing, right? The finishing move just wasn't there. The setup was there, right? It's like you're playing a fighting game in, let's say, Mortal Kombat. You get the finish him sign, you just don't know what the combo is.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I feel like Kai once again is a well-deserved MVP here for Butler. The number of times that he was able to cut off a play, Munch as well, the number of stops he made on defense, and Weber State, this might be the best 3-0 loss I've seen a team take in a hot minute. Usually when you see a 3-0 here, it's a Brazil after a Brazil after a Brazil, but this game was so close. It was just Butler making the little, plays that gave them the edge here. And I can't wait to see what they bring for the rest of this split. Butler, they advanced to 6-3. Weber State, we'll see them next week. They actually get Wichita State, who we mentioned earlier, next week. But
oh no, a WSU versus WSU, huh?
Yeah, that'll be the rivalry of week number 10 for them. So that'll be fun to watch. But we're gonna cut to a quick break to see if we can get an interview with one of the Butler players. After this, don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGF. We just saw Butler get the 3-0 sweep over Weber State, and joining us on the line here is Kai. Kai, how's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good win.
Yeah, it was a it was a fun match to watch, but how do you guys feel after this performance? I mean, it was a 3-0 sweep, but every game was just really by one goal. So, what's that kind of series like?
Mm, I don't know. I guess I didn't realize how close it was. We weren't ever really nervous at all. I guess except for game two, we kind of I don't know. We thought we like got away with it a little bit, but games one and three, we at least like felt pretty confident about. So I mean, if it wasn't a 3-0, I mean, it would have been a 3-1.
Do you kind of feel sad looking back at it now because this was kind of a close match, right? Game one, you guys kind of ran away with it when it was 3-1, but game two was 0-0 up until overtime, right? With the last
Yeah.
second near heroics that happened there for Weber. Do you think that this series could have gone to five? And if so, do you think it would have continued being this close the entire time?
Uh, no, I don't see it going to five. I think we just like played better overall. They had a pretty good game too, and honestly, I forgot about their their like flip reset play at the end there. But um, so I mean, again, it could have gone to four, but I think we were playing better the whole way through.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly showed, right? You guys were able to get the 3-0. And I got to ask, what do you think is the biggest strength of your team in particular? Because you've gone through some roster changes between last year and this year.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess yeah, you bring up a good point because like this was a pretty unexpected change from our previous roster, but I guess the biggest thing is just our like mental resiliency. Like we've just done a really good job adapting to changes and just I don't know, like playing our game.
And going into next week, how are you guys feeling? You feeling all right? You feeling good to go for this for the rest and the continuation of DGF?
Um, yeah, I'd say I'm feeling pretty good. I don't remember exactly like our schedule or who we're playing, but I don't know if we can continue to play like we did today, and if we keep like practicing, because we've only teamed together for a few weeks. So I mean, if we just keep improving on what we're doing now, I think we could do pretty well.
Yeah, it certainly showed today. While you are here, is there anyone you would like to shout out or thank while you have the mic?
Um, yeah, I mean, I'll like first and foremost, my teammates. You know, they've done a really good job just um, adjusting and fitting in kind of a hectic time with some of these roster changes, but um, yeah, they've done a really good job. I'm definitely proud of them, and my old teammate too. You know, Astro. He was watching the game today, and even if he's not playing anymore, he's still providing a lot of support for us. So that's always appreciated. And lastly, is probably my mom. She's she's always my biggest fan. She's there to watch every game, and I appreciate and love her for that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Kai. Congrats on your win this week, and we'll see you next week when you play St. John's.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And with that, we're going to cut to a short break and get ready for our next matchup of the night. Don't touch that dial now. We're just getting started. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EGFC. We are back here at the desk for a battle between the University of Hawaii, the Rainbow Warriors, and the Quinnipiac Bobcats. I'm here with Vincent. Vincent, how's it going?
It's going well, jumping in, a little late, but hey, I'm excited for some Rocket League stuff. Just got done with some Valorant, so this should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and these are two teams, really looking to make a name for themselves here in the EGF. Hawaii, they come in at 5-3 in the Western Conference right now, 1-1 in Western Conference play. Quinnipiac, they've had their struggles last split, but this was a roster that we really hadn't seen together beforehand at 1-7. Now they've got some time together under their belt. We'll see what they can do as Hawaii is in the blue and it's Quinnipiac in the orange, and Hawaii nearly starting off with a goal the first couple seconds, but Quinnipiac's defense holds on there.
Yeah, that was a bit of a dangerous one, all things considered, but this, I think, should be, maybe a little bit of an interesting matchup. I'm obviously interested to see how Quinnipiac has, practiced over their time off, and I think they could potentially give us a bit of a show.
First 30 seconds gone by, Sadaki with a chance, can't find the shot. Copy and paste a new name to this Quinnipiac roster, along with AJS, as he is able to cut off that first play. Can't find the second touch, though. Sadaki actually backflips here, and Saber J can't quite find the touch they need either, and so Sadaki will push this ball forward. If I'm looking for one player to be the impact player of the game, I'm looking for Somewhat. They are kind of the captain of this Hawaii roster, and when they get going, the Rainbow Warriors are really hard to shut down. They can't find a touch on this ball off the wall, but Sharkeeter is there, and that gets redirected over top of the last defender. Shot not coming through. Someone on the follow-up will score, and it's Hawaii to strike first.
Yeah, and this is all off the back of a fantastic setup, putting the ball in the middle of the pitch and right in front of the opposition's goal. That just sets up opportunities, and that is what you're looking for a goal. Hawaii able to capitalize it off of that, even if it's the third attempt.
And opportunistic there too, Somewhat finding the touch in front of the defender to get it around them, pop it up off that backboard. Very smart play from them. AJS stopping that centering attempt now, as Sharkeeter will have to back off of this one, and Somewhat now on the air dribble finds the touch on net, but AJS is able to make the save, and that's back-to-back saves for him, finding another touch downfield. That one not quite on. The redirect is, though, and AJS will even things up.
And he's done it all himself, pretty much. What a fantastic touch initially, right? And it is well defended, but then is able to make it all the way downfield and catch both of the players sitting in goal off guard. They really just weren't set up to actually defend. I don't think they were prepared for AJS to be in such a good position.
AJS, like you said, taking it coast to coast practically and able to tie this one up. So now Hawaii looking to find a way to respond here with a little bit of control as they're able to beat one defender and center this one in front for Sharkeeter, but the shot not on net, just wide, and Saber J will be able to get this clear, keeping it high and making it a little bit difficult for Sharkeeter to get a clean touch. Sadaki now attempting an air dribble, but copy and paste is there to block that first one. Somewhat putting a bullet of a shot on, but it is saved by AJS. Another chance here. Sadaki from the wide angle, hitting the post, and Quinnipiac, they'll regroup and get the clear here as Sharkeeter cutting off that attempt. Quinnipiac right now, the defense holding on by a thread. Sharkeeter finally cuts it to take the lead.
Yeah, and this is sort of the difficulty, right? So they were all three Quinnipiac players committed inside of their own goal there. They got AJS in a position to clear, only to get interrupted. They had all already cleared the area, and no one in position to come back for the save. It's a mistake that I've seen Quinnipiac make a couple of times already, and a dangerous one at that.
And normally when you've got all three players back like that and you get the ball, you think, okay, this is their chance to kind of set up a breakout play, but the breakout play was cut off almost instantly. Sharkeeter, almost immediately was able to get that booming clear and set up the offense for Hawaii. Chance there, Somewhat makes the first save. The rebound, Chance, crossbar off the post, but it will not cross the line, and Sadaki gets a much-needed clear.
That's a fantastic demo, though, from Copy Paste. Pretty much interrupts Sadaki, though fortunately Sharkita is in position to play the defender once again. But Quinnipiac, some good opportunities here.
Ooh, AJS, I like the idea, but this is a transition goal, and it's an empty net for Quinnipiac. Sadaki will put it in to make it 3-1. Where did the Bobcats go?
Same place, different half of the field. All the way back, everyone's in Hawaii's net trying to finish what was a fantastic opportunity, but they all miss. It's actually Hawaii to take advantage and walk it straight into that wide open net. Unfortunately, it's these small mistakes that Quinnipiac are making that allow Hawaii to take and hold the lead.
Still a lot of time to be able to respond, but that ball will almost find its way to the net after the bump there from Somewhat. Sharkita off the wall now, looking to find another play up the corner. Does manage to center it, but Saber J is there. Somewhat can't read this one off the wall. That's a shot on. That's going to find its way in, and Copy and Paste is on the board.
There we go. Very nice touch here by Copy Paste. And it's just one of those situations where the rotations got messed up. Somehow for Hawaii, Sadaki was the closest one, but wasn't actually prepared to be playing defense. It's one of those long-range shots that are difficult to anticipate, especially when Quinnipiac have been having such trouble.
Just over a minute remaining here. This ball is touched up for Somewhat. They'll opt to play this one through the corner as AJS quick to cut that one off. They are denied on the clearing attempt, though, and Copy and Paste is in an awkward spot here. They end up centering it, and they get the block either way around Somewhat. 2-on-1 on the fast break. Make it 2-on-0 if Copy and Paste can get the touch, but they can't. Sadaki, the from AJS is not there. They are denied by Sharkita. Saber J trying to keep the pressure on here. AJS in the quick turn is denied by Sadaki, and Sharkita will slow this pace down.
What a play by Sadaki defensively, basically saving the game from a tied scoreline, and that is it with 30 seconds on the clock, meaning essentially Hawaii could be pulling off a victory off the back of that incredible play.
Quinnipiac, if they're going to have a chance in this first game, they need it clear and they need it now, but the quick dribble from Sadaki, not going to be able to find its way through. A whiff comes through, though. AJS, one-on-one, just punches it into the net. No chance for Somewhat, and it's a tied game.
11 seconds to work with, and that 3-3 mark, and great job from AJS. Not getting fancy with it. It's easy to try to get fancy there when you see Somewhat coming from the periphery. Knock it straight into the net. Play the game you know you can win. And in 10 seconds for a goal of either side, or we're headed to overtime.
That chance ramps off the wall, and Sadaki punching it off the sideboards. No one there for the side of Hawaii, and that overtime that you mentioned is here for game number 1. But that kickoff nearly finding its way on. AJS has to find an awkward touch there to get that one away. A whiff comes through as well. AJS is able to pick up boots. Sharkita can't get the ball away from him. Chipped up high, backboard. Saber J can't turn on this one. Sees Sadaki is there. And Hawaii looking to break out here, but AJS cutting him off at midfield. Sharkita to tap that one to the corner. Somewhat beats 2 players, and Saber J gets beat over top. 2-on-1 the other way now. Saber J punching that one away smartly, and both teams with an opportunity, but Sharkita off the backboard maybe. Double tap was there, but AJS found the read. Chance now for Somewhat is wide. Sadaki can't bite on this one. Saber J sends it across. AJS gets the clear, but Quinnipiac's defense in a little bit of a panic.
That being said, they've done some adjusting. Look at how consistently they have 2 players even back to actually play the defense. They have not been leaving themselves open, but it's hard to defend when Somewhat hit shots like that, just barely going wide.
AJS gets a much needed clear for the Bobcats. Somewhat able to find the challenge. This one should kick up off the ceiling. And Sadaki can't find the touch, but Sharkita is there to clean that one up. Sadaki also turns on this one. 2 players there for Quinnipiac, but they get the booming clear. Sharkita now. Bumped off this ball by AJS. Copy and paste. Trying to get this one through. Sadaki chips it forward for Somewhat. One-on-one with Saber J. Can't beat him. And AJS chipped it, but Sadaki putting a shot on. Copy and paste. Able to make the save. Lots of players back now for the side of Quinnipiac. A lot of space given to the Rainbow Warriors. Off the backboard, the touch was there, but the shot was not on. And that's a lot of chances now for Hawaii that they just can't quite find the angle. It's a difficult shot, but the chance is there.
It is, but I don't want to undersell the defense that we're seeing from Quinnipiac. They have multiple players in position to make these saves, and they have been making them as well. Props to Hawaii for getting in position, but them not being able to finish isn't entirely on them, I don't think.
Absolutely. The Bobcats defense has been in position, and we haven't seen a lot of, misplays, but somewhat. That's a good touch over top. Sadaki, that's on net. Saber J can't get back to it, and Sadaki gets the overtime winner.
And it's those small errors, that double commitment on this ball, and Sadaki's touch means that no one's in control. No one can get in position, and Hawaii take the victory. It's a slim margin, though, and with 2.5 minutes of overtime, this series is literally anyone's game.
Yeah, that was very back and forth. It felt like Hawaii, they jump out to that 3-1 lead, and you think, okay, this is what we've seen in the past, but Quinnipiac, all of a sudden, they march back. AJS being a huge factor in that, I believe, especially on those booming clears that you saw. He was a big portion of the offense. That defense, like you said, though, it was able to withstand a ton of pressure. I mean, they were on the back foot for most of that overtime, but still, those, like you said, to force Hawaii into those hard challenges, into those hard shots to force them to make the difficult play, that's very good and a complete turnaround from what we saw last split.
Exactly. But what I will say is that I'm proud of the adjustment Quinnipiac made there towards the end of the game. What I think that they're going to have to overcome is that they played what I'd like to call a full defense setup. And that is where you are playing more defensively than you are offensively, and you always have one or two players back. That's not a way to score goals, and so they have to get on offense at some point. That's something they're going to have to learn.
Can't score if you don't have the ball, that is for certain, and they did not through most of that overtime. Here in game number 2, we'll see what adjustments they can make. Good redirect there, but Saber J was actually able to find the challenge he needed to get that one forward. That being said, Hawaii ends up with the ball. That one gets over top of 2. AJS able to stop there from somewhat, and the defense once again able to make the stop here. Sadaki, no boost in the tank, does manage to center it, but I don't think anyone on the Rainbow Warriors was quite ready for that ball to find its way through. They'll have to backtrack for the moment, and here comes Quinnipiac the other way. Backboard, the touch, down in front on the goal line, and copy and paste will score. It's Quinnipiac to strike first.
Nice center ball once again. This is exactly the type of setup, and Sharkiter unfortunately makes a bit of an error there, trying to clear the ball, ends up dropping it in front of the net, and that is a dangerous position that no one ever wants the ball to be in.
Hard touch off the backboard. This kickoff is dangerous, but AJS is able to stop that opportunity. Saber J in a hard spot here does make the save on Sadaki. He was rifling that one for the net, but he is denied. Now somewhat over top of AJS. And copy and paste will also have to back off this one. Saber J bumped by his teammate for the moment. This should be a goal for Sadaki, and it is. 2-on-1 the other way, and Sadaki puts it in.
Yeah, this is an error in rotation from copy-paste. He got bumped. He couldn't get back in to position to play the defense, and it's unfortunate because Saber J had some phenomenal looks right there defensively, I think, and really has been playing up to this game, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Saber J in that first split way back in the fall was one of the players to watch on this team. This one down in front has to turn on this one, cannot do so. Sadaki gets the clear. Good opportunity gone by the wayside. Now Sadaki wants the double tap, can't find it. Somewhat off the wall, denied by AJS. Gets a chip over top of another. AJS trying to put it on himself, and Sadaki cuts it off at the post. Nearly had that angle. I wasn't sure if copy paste was going to try and turn on that one or not, but either way, the defense of the Rainbow Warriors now being tested.
AJS, when he gets going, he's going, but Sadaki, he's made it work once again. And this time, it's just a nice bounce, really. There is players here, but there's nobody really in position to control that bounce. Saber J, you saw, caught on his back foot, so to speak.
And those reads off the corner can be very difficult, but Sadaki reads it very well. And the defense, like you said, just not ready for it. That's a great pass down in front. Sharkir can't find the touch somewhat now. Trying to help out here. Saber J cuts it off, but it leaves it for Sadaki. Punches that one off the backboard. AJS now in transition. stopped by Sharkeater. He is cut off for the moment. Saaki with a chance to shoot. Saber J is there to make the save. Sharkeater with a chance, and Saber J once again able to get in front of that one. The challenge is won by AJS. And sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I feel like we just cannot stop talking about Saber J. It's AJS when it comes to the offense, but defensively, this guy is everywhere.
Absolutely. That one off the backboard as well. Up high, AJS is there, already up in the skies, but somewhat trying to keep the pressure on here as Hawaii, as we are past that halfway marker, still holding that 1-goal lead. Sharkeater has to backtrack on this one. Gets the ball stolen from him by AJS. Doesn't have the boost to make a play onto that ball, and somewhat is able to make the save underneath one. Sharkeater making the stop there as we hit 2 minutes now remaining. It is still a 1-goal game, and Quinnipiac, those chances, they've gotten a few more of them, but they still find themselves down 1.
I think Copy Paste almost had a flip reset there to actually hit that goal. I'm not 100%, but it looked like it might have been close. Either way, this game is unbelievable right now. It's 2-1, and Quinnipiac look as if they are just on the cusp of just answering Hawaii with that secondary goal.
Honestly, this feels very similar to the set we just saw moments ago between Weber State and Butler, where the teams were back and forth, but it was just, one mistake or one great play from a player that separated the two of them. And here, a demo comes through on the back line. Sadaki, Saber J, a fortunate spawn there. The play went down to the nose of his car as he respawned, and that buys Quinnipiac an extra chance here.
Yeah, 60 seconds is on the clock, and a bit of a bounce is... This is looking like it's down to this last minute. Quinnipiac, the thing is that they played defensively very well, but their offense has struggled a little bit. They've had 1 or 2 opportunities, but they haven't been able to capitalize. They need to do that in the next 45 seconds.
Tadaki making it difficult, though, by putting that one off the backboard, and it's somewhat to clean it up, make it 3-1 for the Rainbow Warriors.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you're playing the ball that high and towards the front of your net, it's so dangerous, and Quinnipiac get punished for it. It's one of those moments where it's difficult because you're trying to make the clear, but you just don't have enough power behind it, and it floats down in the middle.
Ooh, another great chance off kickoff there. AJS had to hustle back to make the save. 30 seconds, nearly a rule 1 by Saber J. Sharkeater with a shot, and they'll score! Sharkeater puts one in to make it 4-1.
Yeah, things are falling apart here for Quinnipiac. Some uncharacteristic mistakes that we really haven't seen in the entirety of this game. Too, that being a rotational error where nobody was in that defensive posture. So here we are, last 30 seconds, and unfortunately, Quinnipiac more than likely out of it.
AJS had a chance to shoot there, saw the goalie in net, tried to punch it high, but he punched it too high. It was off the backboard. Now he gets the clear, but somewhat already there to answer. Saber J gets it forward. Chance for AJS. Doesn't need to redirect it, though. It's Saber J to cut the lead to 2.
Hey, that's a nice one. Honestly, good for the road. Take that into game 3, but 7 seconds, I think this game is Hawaii's, no matter how it goes. I mean, I guess you could get 2 kickoff goals here. Technically plausible, but definitely not likely.
Yeah, barring a miracle, this game is Hawaii's, and they will find themselves on match point. Maybe one more for the road there, but that one takes a hard bounce off the ramp. They're still going for it. AJS keeping it up here. Flicks over top of 1. Sharkeater has to backtrack on this. Still in control. Good shot on, and it's in! AJS carries it the whole length of the field, and that's going to be one for the road.
Literally everyone missing him all the way through. What a nice shot that was. It doesn't matter. Absolutely not. Does it pad the stats just a little bit? That it does, and I got to say, that I think that kind of shows the potential there for the likes of AJS, and we talked about it even multiple times there during the commentary in that game number 2. When it comes to the offensive opportunities, AJS is right on the cusp. It just seems as if, well, maybe he doesn't have quite enough help, and that's kind of what I was talking about with that full defensive look. It's difficult to get on the offense when you're playing that safe, but you can see when you stop playing safe, you get the last minute of that game where Quinnipiac, down by only 1, suddenly are down by 3.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, it's always nice to have that player that can, find the space or at least create the space to initiate your offense. But you also have to have the players ready to respond. And it feels like Hawaii are doing a really good job defensively of even if AJS gets by 1 and maybe 2, the third man is always ready and in position, and that their rotation really hasn't been disrupted at all.
Certainly not. As we are underway here with Game 3, it's technically match point for Hawaii, but boy, has this been a very close series when you get down to it.
This one sent forward AJS. Good catch off that corner. Has some boost to work with too. Gets the flick over 1 and somewhat is there to cut off that space that he had. Copy paste also is denied. Sadaki trying to rush this one forward. Saber J. Good defense once again. That pinch though, high off the backboards now. Sadaki centering it for somewhat. AJS smartly cutting that one off. Saber J missed the corner boost, left it for copy paste, who opts to leave it for Saber J. Finds the 50. Sadaki also cut off by Saber J here, and somewhat's got to be careful with this ball. Knows that Quinnipiac is lurking here, looking for any kind of mistouch. Over top of 1. Saber J actually bumped AJS, and AJS is able to recover here. And it feels like Quinnipiac still, they're struggling to maintain clean control of the ball here, and they can't do so defensively. It's somewhat over top of the last defender.
Oh, man. So many small things coming together here, and this one is just Saber J not quite being aggressive enough, and that's one of those small things that I think a lot of people miss when it comes to Rocket League, and it's that when you're not aggressive on a ball, that's an invitation for your opponent to get an opportunity.
3:30 on the clock now. Hawaii up 1, somewhat off the corner, can't find the touch. Sadaki to pop it back up to himself, but no one quite ready on the Rainbow Warriors to respond to that one. Off the backboard now, chance for somewhat the bump onto AJS in the net. They actually end up keeping each other there for the moment, and Quinnipiac able to clear this one, maybe in transition, but somewhat gets back in time. Has a lot of boost to work with too. Sends it forward, looking for Sadaki in transition, and that is a beautiful transition goal to make it 2-0.
Look at how unsure Quinnipiac is here. You see both these players going for that touch, but they don't realize Sadaki is in position to make it there first, and so they are caught in the air when the shot comes through. It's another situation where Quinnipiac are in a tough spot in general, but Hawaii put it perfectly.
Ooh, somewhat making that save off the nose of their car and keeping Quinnipiac's goose egg on the board. Now this chance down in front, the dunk comes through, and it's AJS to cut the lead in half.
Fantastic work there. Quinnipiac needed this break. They needed it bad, and it's AJS. Who else to deliver but AJS on the offensive side? Now there's 2.5 minutes to work with. Quinnipiac once again right in the crosshairs of being able to pull away a victory.
Sadaki had an awkward touch there off of kickoff, and the kickoffs have, at least through the first 2 games, mostly gone in favor of Hawaii, but they are able to get that chance away for now. Saber J off the wall, somewhat is there. Punching that one off the back wall, can't get back to it in time. Hawaii regrouping, AJS trying to push the pace here. Does find the challenge. Saber J opting not to turn on this one. A demo comes through as well, copy and paste, and a little bit of a miscue there with Saber J, freeing up some space for Sadaki, but AJS able to get back in time, and a clear comes through here, and a much needed one for Quinnipiac.
Yeah, that was scary. Those miscues, they're so deadly, and it nearly happened again there. You put the ball back in the middle of the field. Speaking of which, that's somewhat who does just that. Fortunately, there's some defense there. Sadaki is not to be denied.
So I think somewhat here gets bumped off this air dribble. They find another touch, and then I think they go and find the bump onto the last player. Oh, nearly. They were looking for copy and paste, who just couldn't get there in time. But that's just a smart play by somewhat to recognize what they can do once they're off the ball. And either way, Hawaii now up 2 goals here against Quinnipiac on match point. And Sharkeeter able to get by from goal line, extended to make it 4-1.
I mean, this angle is preposterous, just in every single sense of the term. Just walking straight through the defense and then finds a way to get behind it and bump it right into the goal. That's just nasty. Is Sharkader just showing that there is so many ways, so many facets to this UH team on display here.
Minute 30 remaining. Quinnipiac, they have not had the ball on offense a lot, but when they do, they put up chances like this. It's on the goal, and it's in. Copy and paste makes it 4-2.
This game ain't over yet. So while this is happening, there's a possibility that we're looking at another possible tied game as there's a minute and a half left. That is just a nice touch. I mean, it hits off the crossbar and a bit of a lucky break, all things considered. But Quinnipiac, hey, they'll take it as they move to continue.
They've got to find a way to generate more space for shots like that. It was practically perfect corner, and the defense not ready for it. Sadaki has the flip reset here, looking for the pass, but somewhat had to kind of bail off that one. Saw a lot of defenders in the way of that possible chance. Sadaki also backing here, getting that boost. AJS, chance to flick. Has it, but Sadaki makes the stop in front. It's Saber J on the dunk, and it's a 1-goal game.
And this is the adjustment that I was talking about. It's AJS putting in a phenomenal work to put the ball in front of the net. And this time it's Saber J who has the positioning, gets there, and confirms this is a 1-goal game.
Making the most of that opportunity too. Remember, Sadaki was out of boost. He had to go get that mid boost and then trail again when two players were able to push, and AJS making the most of that opportunity. And now, a chance for AJS in front of the box, and they score, and we're back in tied. 4s across the board.
Oh, man, I saw this coming from a mile away. Saber J with the center ball in AJS, right down the middle. No one's there, no one to defend. It's 45 seconds, and this is a shootout.
Sadaki off of kickoff here. Somewhat trying to assist, but they're cut off. Two players here in this corner for Quinnipiac. Both are going to be beat by Sharkeeter. The pop-up for Somewhat. Looking for the air dribble. Demo comes through. AJS underneath, and they score! Somewhat puts Hawaii back on top.
He goes under. He was looking for it. AJS was there, but he absolutely demolishes AJS. He had no idea where that ball was going at the split second. The right decision being made, and Hawaii are in control again.
Keeter with a chance here, but that last second touch there, I believe it was Saber J able to get it by. Now AJS leading the offense once again. That one is redirected off the corner. Somewhat's up early, but can't find the touch. Copy and paste, trying to pressure Sharkeeter here. Around 1, 10 seconds now as they get a big booming clear. AJS corrals this ball, gets the flick over top, somewhat stopping their momentum forward. Saber J punching it down, but no one is there, and Hawaii will hold on and get the sweep over the Bobcats.
Oh my goodness, you said it's a sweep, and it is a sweep on paper. But what a phenomenal series of 3 games we just watched. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. The closeness that those games came down to. No, Quinnipiac making adjustments throughout. Game 1, that was more one-sided. Quinnipiac really weren't in that one. But game 2, game 3, I mean, we're talking last minute. I mean, it could have gone either way, and Hawaii are able to clutch up when it matters the most. So I think that this is probably the outcome we were expecting, but a Quinnipiac that looks far better than I had any anticipation when we walked in.
Absolutely. This team looks revitalized. I mean, this was a team that last split really struggled, 1-7, and they were barely able to take games in the first place. They only took 2 games all of last split. It was against Siena and Canisius, I believe, are the 2 teams they were able to even take a game off of. Hawaii is in a very tough team. This is a very tough team to play against, like you're seeing from somewhat Sharkeeter, seeing the plays that they're able to make. So for Quinnipiac to be able to keep pace with them step for step in each of these games and make it all, razor's edge, it's a great improvement from them.
100%. And, got to give obviously congratulations to Hawaii, though they're continuing to have a what I would assume is going to be the start to a pretty strong split based on what they were kind of thereabouts and in the middle of the pack from last split, and from what they showed us today, I think that could only go upwards. With that being said, we got a whole lot of Rocket League left, don't we? Sorry.
Absolutely, and we will get an interview with one of the Hawaii players after a short break here. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back to the EGFC. We are back for more Rocket League action. This matchup is between UConn, undefeated this season, going up against some Eastern rivals and also some relative newcomers to the EGF, George Washington, the Colonials at 3-5.
That is, this is going to be an interesting one. There's no doubt about it. George Washington, they've got an uphill battle. That's the reality. UConn are not 8-0 for no reason. I've watched them. I got a chance to cast them at least 3 times in the fall split. They're fantastic, and it is going to be tough to play with against them.
UConn was one of the teams that finished in the top 4 of the national bracket last year. They went on a tear after a kind of an awkward fall split. They went through winning the Big East bracket and then ending up, like I said, in semifinals and looking to get back there this season with Red Pants the touchdown in front for Anton, who just nearly had a chance, but Sticks able to make that save. And now a chance, Dangle with a chance to shoot, but he is also denied. JS Dina is up for this ball, and he will work his way through the corner, looking to center this one, and no chance there. Anton now, the flick on. Stengel making a save on the goal line, and George Washington, this defense, able to hold on through the first minute here.
And honestly, that's, I think, impressive as it is. And I'm looking forward to seeing much more. I've not gotten to see a lot of this George Washington team, and they're already coming in and showing me that they're here to play.
Red Pants here with the ball, flicking it forward. One of the new additions to this UConn roster, along with JS Dina. We saw a little bit of them last split, and clearly with results like that, being undefeated, yeah, they have subbed in beautifully and fit in with Anton very, very well.
No doubt about it. And I mean, listen, Anton was fantastic as it was, but there's been some opportunities here for George Washington. I will say that I'd like for them to get a little bit more aggressive offensively. They've been kind of, doing this whole, let's just see if one person can kind of take it all the way. And, well, that's not going to be super consistent, let's be honest.
And for now, JS Dina has a little bit of space to work with. Looking for Anton in the mid. Had a touch, but he was bumped off it. Now Scheme trying to work this ball out of his own corner. Does get a little bit of a pinch off the ground there, and Red Pants to get by one. Dix chips over top of another. Anton, big clear. JS Dina in transition. The shot, the redirect is off the backboards and wide of the post. And so George Washington nearly caught out in transition. JS Dina gets actually faked out here. Scheme with a touch, but Anton smartly forking that one away.
Yeah, and once again, the fact that we're scoreless here, we're 2.5 minutes in, is so impressive to me, because this UConn team, they ran up the score on some of these squads. I mean, we're talking ridiculous score lines often, and George Washington, they are not looking like they're even really struggling a whole lot, other than, one mistake here or there.
Ooh, what a hard angle shot there from Anton, but does not find its way to the back of the net, instead finds the post. Stengel can't win the race to that ball against JS Dina. Anton now sending it forward. Sticks keeping that one to the corner. Scheme winning his challenge. Has a little bit of room to work with, trying to find some boost along the way. Keeping this ball in the hood of his car. Wins the first challenge, picks up the corner boost as well. Can't find the touch off that corner though, and Anton was not ready for it. This gives a chance for Sticks. He is denied. Stengel, the 50 goes up. Scheme got a touch on it, but JS Dina, great positioning. Sticks putting one on. Anton with the save, and the rebound by Stengel goes wide, and George Washington starting to get some quality chances now.
Yeah, that was perfect. That was exactly what I wanted to see. Going across the middle, finding that 1-2 punch, utilizing everything perfectly, just not quite able to make the connection. And that is, that'll happen, but there's not a lot of time left in this game. They got to get something going, and they got to do it fast.
Ooh, speaking of, it's Sticks. Okay. Speaking, he shall score. Sticks from the wall, finds some space, and sneaks this one inside the near post.
What a great placement of that ball, too. I mean, really, that angle is not the easiest at times as well. It can get a little bit difficult, and you're really tempted to put it to the far left side, but hits it close right, and what a fantastic way to find the first lead of the game for either squad.
Red Pants centering that one. He is stopped there. I believe that was Stengel getting in the way. JS Dina dropping it down. Scheme had to play up the backboard, but Red Pants read it. We are underneath a minute remaining here. That's going to be the far post. Anton trying to find the read on that ball, could not do so. Stengel with no boost is able to find a clear. And UConn starting to gather up possession now. Anton looking for JS Dina in mid. Shot goes well wide. The rebound doesn't find the corner. Red Pants now. Can't win the challenge, but he does get the demo, and that should free up some space. Red Pants finding 2 bumps, but Stengel fought it off and got the clear he needed. JS Dina tapped it mid, but Anton was not ready for it, as 20 seconds now remain, and George Washington looking to press, but Anton, great air dribble to kill a lot of time here and get it down the field, but they're running short of it. 10 seconds now. Red Pants down inside the box. George Washington with the clear. Anton punches it back in. 2 players there, forking it away from each other. JS Dina's shot is on, and it's good! We're headed to overtime in game number 1!
What a fantastic last-second find. That is incredible stuff. And UConn, well, I thought, done and dusted as it was ticking away to 0, but no. We're here for a final shootout. Just 1 goal is all it's going to take.
Ooh, hard bounce off the corner, the rebound chance, and it's in! Scheme, 8 seconds in, gives George Washington game 1.
Oh my goodness. I almost can't believe it. Just great placement. Nobody really in the area to actually come back and get that one. JS Dina would have been the only one to be able to make that play, but actually I don't think had the boost to work with, and even if he did, would have been a hard one to get to nonetheless. But I want to, while we have a second, I want to refocus and look back at George Washington University's play last split. And here's why. Because I'm like, okay, 5-3, that's not great. Well, we need to look at who they played, because they've played Tennessee, RIT, Hawaii, and DePaul, all of which are top quality teams. So they've had a very difficult run. Whilst UConn, granted, they've had very good wins. They've also had some mostly easy teams. They've had 1 or 2 difficult games thus far. So I think this is clearly a little bit different than we had anticipated.
A newfound fire, certainly under George Washington. It was trial by fire for them, and that's a great shot. That would have sniped the corner, but the chance was denied by JS Dina, and Stengel's shot was wide. Sticks now can't find the challenge against Anton. Looking to try and get something going for this UConn offense. Geem stops him, though. Can't pick up the corner boost, or actually does pick up the opponent's corner boost. Would not get the side boost either way, and Anton with the clear. Sticks able to win the race to that ball, and Red Pants will gather up possession along his goal box there. Sticks unable to find the shot on. There's a challenge there from Stengel, but JS Dina able to make the save once again. Low boost for JS Dina as they make another save, and Sticks again continuing to press, not allowing UConn the space that they normally have been able to find, and that is a much needed clear from Anton.
1 minute in, that's the first time that UConn have found a clear into the opposing side of the pitch. That's really impressive stuff. Now, as I say, that bit of a potential open goal there for Red Pants, but can't quite hit it as the defense doing the work.
Love the creativity there as JS Dina took to the skies and realized he couldn't put a shot on, opted to go for the pinch pass, and the bump comes through. This is an open net for Anton, who will score, and it's UConn to strike first.
Yeah, and this is just a perfect way to show how you can create opportunities by being aggressive and playing well. That's what happened. George Washington were in position to try and defend that, but they didn't get a chance because of the bump that you discussed.
JS Dina's smart play there to find that last player back and get the bump they needed to make sure that was an easy goal for Anton. Now Red Pants chip that one up. Anton with a shot off the backboard. It was Stengel to deny it. A couple players retreating here on the side of UConn as Anton buying some time. Red Pants, chance to shoot. He is denied. The rebound. 2 players up for the side of George Washington. Still finds his way up the backboard. Red Pants could not jump. A player landed on top of him. But the pressure continues to mount here from the Huskies. Down in front. Red Pants with the dunk off the post. Off of 2 defenders as well. Anton now towards the sideboards. Gets the pinch. This will roll towards the orange corner. Centering now, JS Dina. Chance Stengel makes the save. Red Pants to respond. No one in the opposite corner but Styx and Scheme, so George Washington with a chance to clear here, but Anton again, too quick, cutting it off. Red Pants with a chance, he doesn't find the shot. Stengel was there to read it, and George Washington heads the other way as we hit the halfway mark.
Yeah, and it was about a minute and a half, too, that George Washington were playing that defensive game. But I will say that, man, they are really dangerous at putting the ball in the middle of the field. That's something that they've consistently done. It's something that I think has been a point of contention already in this game, creating lots of UConn opportunities.
JS Dina with the flick, that's a free goal, that's an empty net, and JS Dina will score to make it 2-0.
So last time, it was a very cleverly created opportunity for the goal. This time, George Washington just get too far forward. They lose control of the ball, and JS Dina is far too quick on the come up for them to get in position to get that out of there. So UConn up by 2 now as they take the largest lead of this series.
Just inside 2 minutes, there's a shot from Stengel, and JS Dina had to hustle to make that save. That one had some power on it. Now Red Pants from inside his box up high, trying to get by Styx. He redirected it centered for Stengel, who found a good chance. He is denied by JS Dina once again, and that is a number of saves. That's 4 actual saves for JS Dina. Gets over top of the next defender. Stengel not opting to take to the skies as he recognizes he's got low boost in the tank, and Red Pants trying to get this one out. In front of the box, Styx can't find the double tap. Scheme in front, Stengel on the rebound, they score, and George Washington's on the board.
No more security goal available, and yeah, this is one of those chances that Stengel just last man there, right, and takes the opportunity. Everybody kind of took their shot at it from George Washington and was denied. Stengel wins it out there at the end, and now it's a minute and 20 to try and tie the game if you're George Washington University.
Great touch there by Scheme to make sure that ball got down to the blue half. Styx actually gets over top of one of the defenders. The rebound now goes out wide to the wall. JS Dina centering pass. Styx is up for it. Looking for Scheme in transition. Shot goes well wide, but had a lot of power on it. Down in front now. Scheme looking back for Styx. Couldn't find him. Chipped up. And Anton, I believe, no, that's JS Dina able to cut off that play. Red Pants can't find the touch. Styx down in front. It's Anton making the save. Now Scheme. All 3 players of UConn there. A dangerous bump in front from Red Pants, but he is able to clear it away. Scheme, backboard, looking for a player, Styx with a shot. Anton right there. No rebound though. George Washington had to back off for boost, and that's an opportunity gone by the wayside as short time remaining.
Yeah, so many of these opportunities have been there for George Washington, and they just need one to go through. Another center ball has just come through, and it's been stalwart, the defense of UConn.
Styx now with 10 seconds remaining. Sends it down in. Anton is there. Up high now for Styx. Keeping this one towards the board. Scheme setting up his teammate Stengel, but he couldn't get it away from Anton, and UConn will take game 2.
All it took was that 2-goal lead. It was a small margin for error, but they make it work. We're tied 1 apiece in the series, and honestly, this is setting up to be a fantastic one. We've already had some good games. Now we're on for a potentially great series as well. George Washington, we kind of saw, I should say in general, we saw sort of a back and forth. The first minute or so, UConn on their defensive the entirety of the time. About a minute and a half after that, UConn kept the pressure on to George Washington. And then that last minute or so, we flip the script again, and it's George Washington playing the offensive game. So we've just been seeing consistent back and forth with honestly limited success when it comes to George Washington's offense. But the fact that UConn have been capped at such few goals themselves has made that irrelevant.
I said this in a earlier game, but when it comes to teams in the Big East, those offenses, there are some days when they are just impossible to stop. So for George Washington to have all these games be very close and be 1-goal games, and to keep a team like this to under 3 a game is a feat in itself. As Scheme trying to find a shot, but cannot do so. Also, really, the only goals we really saw, or at least the one that ended it, was just a small double commit from George Washington in that last game. So if they cut that out, I mean, we could still be playing.
Well, and it's key that you said small right there, because that's just it. These guys, the margins that they're playing at, is so phenomenal. They're tiny margins for error. It is just one little double commit away from, a huge potential, goal score or anything else for that matter.
JS Dina and Anton, a little bit of a miscue maybe on that pass, but they still maintain possession here as Red Pants sends it to the corner. Double tap around there by Sticks, but that leaves a chance for Anton off the backboard. JS Dina gets by one, gets by two, and the setup for Red Pants is there. UConn strikes first in game 3.
You give them this many times, this many attempts, they're going to get there eventually. And you see that small double commit we were talking about, it happens again. Two players go for that initial ball, and it allows for that secondary follow-up to work beautifully. It's once again UConn to take that initial goal and take the lead and make it 2.
JS Dina off a kickoff here. Look at the power behind this shot, too. And the shot placement, you think, okay, maybe the defender coming back has a chance at this one, but no, there's no shot. Stengel gets a touch on that ball, and all of a sudden, UConn jump out to a 2-goal lead.
That's scary. We're 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and that is something that we've really yet to see UConn, really adjusting by the looks of it. That second goal, you could argue there's some luck to that, but still, you got to take what you're given, and UConn certainly just did.
Now a chance here for Red Pants off the ceiling, can't find the redirect there. Sticks now, sends it forward. Anton stops that first attempt. Stengel, that challenge ends up going into the blue half, so JS Dina will get to it first. Scheme can't find the dunk, and JS Dina has a flip reset off, I believe, the wall there to get that one forward. Stengel now with the possession sends it down into the box, but it is cleared away by Anton. He'll have a chance on the corner here. Double tap, and it's in! Anton to make it 3-0.
It's a classic double tap here, Anton, and making split-second adjustments, right? See Sticks in position, and instead of going for the initial shot on goal, goes for that double tap off the side of the wall. Fantastic decision-making in the big moments.
And that was a huge opportunity, too, reading the corner so well. Just recognizing, hey, he's not going to be able to really read this angle, especially if I put it off the post first. That's just a hard read. And Red Pants couldn't cut that angle. JS Dina's rebound goes well wide, and George Washington trying to get the transition game going, but they are cut off by Anton once again. JS Dina, nowhere to go with this ball. It's Red Pants who has to bail him out, and Scheme over top of Red Pants. Now Scheme with the second touch. Dangle actually having to backtrack off this one. Does go for it now. Anton got challenged there. That's along the goal line, and it finds its way in. Sticks gets George Washington on the board.
I think this was an own goal, if I'm not mistaken. As I think in the attempt to clear, Red Pants unable to get the angle in order to get it all the way out, and makes that for Sticks. Regardless, George Washington unfortunately down by 2 still, and with 2 minutes on the clock, very, very possible, but they got to stop playing as much defense. This game has been really characterized by George Washington on defense consistently.
Time of possession definitely in UConn's favor. Sticks, that's a good shot off the backboard. The player bit early. The rebound chance, and it's Red Pants out of his own net to make the save. Anton gets the clear, and Stengel has to cut off that transition play. No one quite back yet, but JS Dina able to buy enough time as Stengel couldn't turn fast enough. Now Red Pants gathers up control at center field. Pinched away there, I believe, by JS Dina. Stengel now sends that one forward. Red Pants is there to drop it back into the orange half. A little bit of boom ball back and forth, ping pong action, and Red Pants is the only one in net for George Washington, so Anton will score.
You know how to win boom ball. It's called put that ball on target straight into the back of the net, and Anton did it perfectly. Coming in from behind that half-field mark, and it's 4-1. I think George Washington might be running out of time on this one, especially with the way the offense has been struggling.
Anton and Red Pants, or no, it's JS Dina in this corner. Red Pants now sending it across. Anton is there, finds the double tap, but well wide of the net. Now Sticks. That's over top of JSDina. That's on net. It's cut off at the goal line.
What?
The rebound. They score. It's Scheme to cut the lead in half.
I mean, let's be real. The fact that Red Pants initially gets here is outrageous, but it's a great follow-up by Scheme, getting that on target. No way for Anton to get in position, and UConn suddenly only a mere 2-goal lead. This is looking like it might be a comebackable position.
They've got short time remaining to do it, though. They need these possessions, and they need them now. That's on net. That's going to find its way in. It's Stengel, and all of a sudden, it's a 1-goal game.
I mean, you said they needed to pick up the pace, so they've done it. You asked, and it's been delivered. JSD is trying, but cannot get there. Oh my goodness. From the far side, Stengel does everything.
40 seconds now remaining, and it is a 1-goal game here. Scheme sends this one forward. Can't find the second touch, though. Red Pants is there. Stengel puts one on. JSDina right to the nose of his car. Sends it forward, but Sticks pops that one up. Scheme already to the skies. Anton, hard read up a corner, but he does corral it. Gets chipped out in front. Stengel can't put the shot on. The redirect down inside the box. No luck as Red Pants gets the clear, and all of a sudden now, it's UConn in transition. Red Pants just trying to kill some time here. Scheme can't get the block. Anton faking out Sticks, but it still drops down. Sent forward by Stengel. Last chance here for George Washington. Stengel now sending it forward, making sure this ball does not touch the ground. Keeps it along the wall. Anton is there. JSDina, the only one nearby. He will let it drop, and UConn are on match point.
You know, there's something about George Washington, though, that just makes you start believing, doesn't it? You just think it could happen. And whilst it didn't quite make it there, UConn are up in this series by 1, but that's by a very small margin. So, you know, UConn, I think, did a really fantastic job at the beginning of that game of showing their class, showing why they're 8-0, why they're undefeated. And you were kind of talking about how it's really difficult to deal with some of these teams and even stop them from scoring 3 or more goals. I think that's why, right? But we just saw that George Washington, they're able to answer that call, albeit just a little bit late.
That face-off, or kickoff, I should say, nearly finding its way to the back of UConn's net. But yeah, this UConn offense, it is very difficult to slow down, especially with the number of chances that they've been getting. But you're seeing the power and prowess of George Washington's offense. They just haven't had the ball all that often. And so now they find themselves down 2-1 in the set, and they need this one to push it to Game 5.
Yeah, that's the difference, right? Got to get the offense rolling. There was very little offense for the side of George Washington in the first 3 minutes of the last game, and that is where UConn really built up the lead.
Anton now has Boost to work with, has the touch over top, the rebound off the post. Sticks actually redirected it away from Red Pants there, and so UConn putting the pressure on, but George Washington's defense is able to make the stop. Scheme and Stengel double committing onto that ball. Sticks now up high. Anton stopping that one from getting to the backboard. Stengel wins the 50-50, but JSDina got back in time. Jumping early and does manage to get this one over top of Scheme. He'll opt to leave it for Sticks, who puts one on. Anton is there. Sticks now off the corner. Chance for Scheme down in front. Not a lot of power on that chance, though, and Red Pants will be able to clear it away.
Big game here for George Washington, because UConn, obviously a win here is a win on the series, and it's been very good, right? I said, where's the offense? We've seen the offense for George Washington, and there is an open net. Oh my goodness, what a misread if I'm not mistaken. Whoever was in this net just did not anticipate where this ball was going, I don't think.
Scheme with a good read off the wall, though, and Red Pants, yeah, just was not ready for it, being the last man back. So George Washington, they strike first here in Game 4 when they need it most. They have the lead, but here comes JSDina on the air dribble. He is cut off. Stengel sends it forward. Looking for a play. He is taken out, though, by Red Pants. Dix making sure this one stays in the blue half. Scheme bites on this one. JSDina gets by 1. Won't be able to get by Stengel. Can't win the second challenge, though, as Anton smartly racing up for that ball. Now Red Pants sends one on. Scheme in an awkward spot. Backflips to make that save. Anton now takes to the skies, off the ceiling, finds a touch, but Stangle just getting a piece of it, denying that opportunity. Red Pants is up now, shot underneath Sticks. Dina turning, looking to make a play off the backboard here, has the angle, but the rebound Sticks on the goal! Gosh, no, it's Sticks to make the save. Anton's shot denied by Scheme, and George Washington. How does that ball not find its way into the orange net?
I have no idea other than to say, what a defensive showing here for George Washington. And I mean, it almost leaves me speechless. I can't imagine that UConn are not going to be watching that back with their hands in their head.
Crazy defense there from George Washington to hold on to that 1-goal lead as we hit the 2-minute mark here of game number 4. But Anton, keeping the press on, has the double tap angle, but he is denied. 2 players once again committing on the side of George Washington to ensure that one didn't find its way to the back of the net. Anton has boost to work with, has a man in the corner as well, opts to flick it on net. Stangle gets back in time, takes the corner boost as well, takes to the skies, but he is pinched away there. JS Dina to corral this one, leaves it for Anton to center this one for Red Pants. Gets over top of one, gets it past 2, Red Pants will tie it up!
Wow, what great anticipation from George Washington. I mean, Stangle knows that it's imperative that he gets there, but he just can't make it. And Red Pants, with a fantastic placement, able to tie this game up. It's another tied game with 1.5 minutes to play.
And the patience, too, there from Red Pants, recognizing, hey, this defender is biting a little early on this jump. If I just hold on, I can beat this last defender. Well done by Red Pants to make sure this is a tie game. So Anton now trying to keep this pressure on, has the flip reset, but will not be able to get by that last player on the George Washington backline. It is in the blue half now as Scheme wins the challenge against Anton. That finds its way off the crossbar, and Red Pants will just force that one down the field. Stangle now opting to punch that one back into the blue half. Red Pants in the score, and it's 2-1 UConn.
What a great combination play here. Anton setting it up beautifully, and Red Pants sees the open net, sees what is ultimately just a little bit of a slow rotation. George Washington were on the way there. They just didn't quite have the speed, and it was punished immediately by UConn.
Just those little mistakes that UConn has been able to capitalize on has been the name of this series, but that's underneath one, and Red Pants gets back in time. Anton in transition finds the touch. That's on net, redirected, and well played there by the George Washington defense. Now Sticks from the wall, over top, and Anton diving across makes the save. 30 seconds now. Anton stopping that one from being inside the box. Sticks, awkward play here as he's backtracking to make sure this one goes towards the blue half. Red Pants in the same position here. Sticks, actually it's Scheme pushing it forward, gets back and scores, and it's back to a tie game.
Oh my goodness. You can see the passion. You can see everyone just trying to push this forward, and Scheme makes the play to bring it back. 17 seconds. Soy, this is it.
I think there was a demo in that play too that actually freed up the space and forced Anton to rotate a little earlier than he wanted to. Big air dribble there from JS Dina, but the follow-up is not quite there. And now, in transition, Sticks can't find the touch. Red Pants, that's a hard play off the wall. It is defended. It's out towards midfield, and Stangle will drop it down, and it's overtime here in game number 4.
Another overtime for this series, and well, it's George Washington on the line. They need to win, or they are done here at UConn's if they can pick this 1 goal up.
Anton, no space to work with there. Red Pants does get a demo, but this ball will be sent all the way down into the blue half where JS Dina will re-corral it. Across now for Anton. Challenged by Scheme, but Scheme does not find the touch. It's actually Sticks who gets by 1. Anton has to backtrack as he's low on boost, but he'll be forced to make this play off the backboard. No boost in the tank now. Manages to pick up a pad, but Stangle making sure that he's got no room off the backboard. Sticks redirecting that one to the corner. Safest place for the ball to be right now. Actually rolls off the ceiling, and Sticks doesn't find the touch. He'll have to backtrack off this one, and Anton dropping it down for Red Pants. Dangerous ball here, down in front for Stengel.
Oh.
Save is made by JS Dina, and the defense holding on here.
What a save by JS Dina there. Like you said, saving everything. And on top of this, George Washington, their offense, I've been so impressed in the overtime scenarios. They've been always able to get forward positions, and they're continuing to do it.
That shot wide, but it sets up a chance here for Scheme. That shot was looking good, but it was denied there by, I believe it was Red Pants, and Anton gets by one defender. Sticks now, looking for the redirect, but JS Dina smartly gets up to the sky quickly to make sure that redirect does not have a chance. Scheme can't get by Anton. Picks up the corner boost and sends it forward, but Sticks is the only one there. JS Dina, awkward jump there, gives a chance for Sticks, but the drop down, not enough power on that one. 2 players on George Washington committing to steal that corner boost, but Anton in transition looking for Red Pants, and Red Pants opting to pull away from it. Anton now sends it across. Looking for Red Pants once more. JS Dina is all the way back, so that gives Stengel some space. The flick is on. JS Dina makes the save. The run. Anton again making another save. I think that makes 4 for him this game.
It's who makes an error first. Who leaves the goal open at a bad time? Who is double committing at the wrong position? That's what this game is coming down to. We're 2.5 minutes into overtime, and still no goal.
Chance here, no one touching that ball, so that frees up some space for Anton. Gets by one. Demo under Red Pants though, so that passing play won't work out. Stengel, slow to this one. JS Dina's chance is denied. Scheme, over top of one. Scheme has 8 shots this game, so no lack of chances here for George Washington. 2 players up for that ball. Stengel is here though. Could not really do much with that ball after catching it off the ground. That gets pinched out by Red Pants, and Stengel, backtracking, is able to gather up some control of this for the moment. JS Dina though, able to work his way off of the wall. Anton's shot well wide of the net there. Red Pants couldn't find the challenge. Scheme also couldn't find the challenge, and Styx is able to send this one forward. Over the top of JS Dina, and Styx will score, and we're headed to Game 5.
There's the mistake. That's what I was talking about. This was just a little bit misread by JS Dina, and that was the only player available, as Anton had already been demoed. You're right. Game 5, here we come. This has gone the distance. And, well, George Washington, you gotta say, right, 3 minutes of overtime and not a single rotational error. Every single time they were preempting the ball very well. They never really allowed for UConn to get into position to play those double taps that they're so very good at, to get in position to play the 1-2 punches that they're also very good at with the center ball and everything. That's something that UConn didn't have a chance to do in overtime. That is why George Washington eventually were able to close it.
UConn, I mean, any offense really, they thrive off of time and space. And in that overtime, George Washington gave UConn none of it. Sure, they had some big booming clears, but that just ended up giving the ball right back to George Washington. And really an unfortunate way for that one to end too, because JS Dina, again, it's the little things, right? Just one small double commit ended up costing George Washington game number 3. Game number 4, last man back just takes a poor angle at the ball and can't find a touch, and all of a sudden, it's Game 5 here. So remember, winner of this wins the set, and both of them could really use it. UConn especially at 8-0. There's a couple of teams that are still undefeated here in the EGF. They want to continue to put that pressure on the rest of these teams. And for George Washington at 3-5, they could use a win, especially against a big opponent like UConn, not only as a morale boost, but to get them back in the playoff hunt.
100%. And, well, I mean, the way they played today, it seems they almost definitely deserve to be in that conversation at the very least. But Game 5 here underway, just 30 seconds in, and we've seen a bit of a different look from UConn. They've had some good moves on offense, and, well, thus far, just nothing working out.
I'm actually shocked no one had a touch on that centering ball way up high, but either way, George Washington sending it down into the blue half. Stengel, the pinch off the corner, is denied by JS Dina. And now, JS Dina once again finding a touch off the wall. Scheme is there. will get challenged here by Anton. Looking for another double tap off this corner. Red Pants couldn't do much with the spacing there. Sticks with a shot on. JS Dina making the save. Stengel has to backtrack here, so Scheme will play it forward. JS Dina able to answer the call, and Sticks opting not to play this one. Stengel in an awkward spot to do so, but he does make the save. Anton now, centering ball. JS Dina's shot! Well read by Stengel. JS Dina now, dropping it back, looking for Anton, but Scheme actually ended up playing it towards Red Pants, but Sticks is able to answer. And again, just the space for UConn, it's not there. The George Washington defense, the speed is just cutting off every opportunity. Every touch UConn wants, it gets cut off just in time.
Yeah, and that's that anticipation I've been discussing, and that's the thing that I've been so impressed with for George Washington overall. But I am seeing some small little breakdowns here, and some small moments, I think, on both ends that might be, suggesting the nerves starting to get invested here. Is once again George Washington able to play things towards the middle unsuccessfully.
JS Dina looking for Anton out of the wall here, but cannot find a real good centering ball across. JS Dina now off the corner, fought off by Stengel. Anton now looking for the pinch. Sticks is there off the backboard in transition. Stengel does manage to get the redirect, and JS Dina a bit early and still was able to recover. But that is one of the best chances we've seen this game, and it goes in favor of George Washington.
But what a recovery from JS Dina. I mean, let's not skim over that. That is so hard to come back from, and they do it perfectly. As 2 minutes is now ticking away, we're still scoreless in Game 5, and so many opportunities on either side of the pitch. Nothing coming in just yet.
Anton, he is challenged by Scheme, and Red Pants does not find the redirect, so Scheme and Sticks will help get this ball down in the blue half. There's a chance for Stengel, but could not get away from him, or excuse me, that shot just got away from him. Well wide of the net. Another chance here, kind of in an awkward position. The UConn defense not sure who should go. Sticks gets it around one. Red Pants makes the save. Scheme puts another one on. Red Pants, another big save. Bump onto JS Dina, but no shooting angle for Stengel. Sticks now across the backboard. Red Pants making sure that one goes well wide. Anton able to get the clear, but Stengel is able to get that ball away from him. JS Dina tapping it back into the blue corner. Red Pants will lose the race for it. Stengel using the back of his car to kick this one up. Scheme off the backboard. The double tap redirected down in front. Sticks' shot is slow and wide, and Anton will get the clear. Under a minute remaining, as we're at 45 seconds now. Demo on the back line. Sticks. Red Pants is there to cut it off. Scheme, the only man back, and he'll combine with Stengel to get the clear. And Scheme now, he is denied. Chances both ways, but the defenses have been able to hold on.
Stengel has been getting a little bit wild with some of these shots. Needs to play for the on-target ball, as we've been seeing all game long. But you're right, chances are there for either side, and with 10 seconds coming up, it's still anyone's game.
10-second mark. Ball into the orange corner. Scheme. That challenge dropped down for Sticks. They punch it out to the blue half. Red Pants over top of one, and no one there to keep that ball up. So Game 5 overtime. Here we go.
Third overtime in this series, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Outrageous. You rarely see one, or even more than one, is craziness. But three, cannot believe. Is that just two misses? Oh my goodness, that got scary for George Washington.
I'm gritting my teeth. Those are the nerves kicking in for George Washington, I feel like, as a little bit of a miscue, but they do manage to get away from it for the moment. Stengel off the corner. Slow shot there from Scheme off the backboard, and the rest of George Washington kind of retreating, looking for boost. Sticks won the challenge. Scheme racing after it, but can't beat, I believe that was Anton, to the ball. Stengel now, he hits Scheme. The shot was denied. The rebound chance here. Anton gets credit for the save. He's demoed. Scheme with a shot. JS Dina makes the save. The rebound for Stengel. He kicks it out wide for Scheme. Centering ball back across, but Anton the only one there. No boost in the tank, but he's still able to find a touch and get a clear for now. Red Pants, shot towards the back post. 2 players make the save. It's Stangle who will get the credit, and he will pinch that one down the field.
Yeah, that's another situation where if it comes and hits the backboard there, it's likely a double commit, but George Washington get away with it once again and go back to the offense.
Anton now from the corner. Gets over top of Scheme. Scheme is actually the player here closest to the ball, so he will challenge this one. This is Sticks from the ceiling, can't put one on. Red Pants, booming clear once again. Stangle has to respect the power of it, and Sticks actually gets it clear on the JS Dina. 2-on-3 for the moment. That's a huge dunk, and Stangle will score! George Washington pull off the upset, and they win the series in Game 5!
And who else but Stangle, who was getting a little bit wet and wild with those shots on the wide, on over the goal. He did not connect in regular time, but overtime is where they shine. George Washington University, what a way to pull off a series victory and over the now defeated UConn.
What a series for them to keep pace step for step. And again, just the small errors. That felt like a normal defensive play for Anton, who had been so good all series. Anton, numerous saves every single game. And that play just Stangle. That's why it's almost like basketball where you just follow through on your shot, right? You just keep going just to see if you can get anything off of it. And Stangle just getting the nose of his car on it, putting the perfect shot on, and no one on the back line ready for it.
No, and you know the fact that no one is there ready, that is that small little error that we've been discussing, and it was finally UConn that made that error when it mattered the most. So I mean, the fact that was a scoreless game for 8 minutes almost, and just finally to end it there in overtime is simply outrageous, and shows props to the skill, I think, of both of these teams. The fact that they were able to play for that long, and like we said, it's a matter of who makes mistakes, and that really means that nobody made a big enough mistake that could be capitalized upon.
Numerous overtimes in the set too. When you're playing for that long of a period of time, you have to play so perfect for so long. It is just so difficult, and it was George Washington who came out on top today. They advanced to 4-5. UConn, they fall to 8-1. They get Seton Hall next week. That's a very big Big East matchup for them, so we'll see how they prep for that. But we'll be right back with an interview with one of the George Washington players after this. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGF. We are here with Stangle from George Washington, who just got the win in Game 5 over the undefeated, or formerly undefeated, UConn. Stangle, how's it going?
Heart's racing. You can't feel too much better than this. The adrenaline's pumping. It's all you ask for in these types of games.
Yeah, that was a blast to watch, and you guys are no strangers to close games. I mean, overall, your game scores are you've won 15 and lost 15 before this. But the interesting thing to me was that you guys were actually winless in game 4. So once you won that game 4, I mean, how were you feeling once you entered game number 5?
I think, yeah, I think 4 really was a big momentum pusher for us. It got us kind of pumping, got us, focused in. We knew from winning that game 1 that we can win, right? It wasn't one of those, we can't, it's this uphill battle. We know we could reach the top, and once that game 4 gave us the momentum, it was just downhill from there.
Am I right? I just may have realized this. Did you guys win all 3 the games you won? Were those all 3 in overtime?
Believe so. I think no. I think the first one was a 2-1. That first one might have been in overtime.
Yeah,
I
it
think we
was.
won that. So yeah, if the first one was in overtime, we won all of those in overtime, and those were long overtimes.
Well, okay, let's go there because yes, they were. Game 5, right?
Yeah.
We're talking, full regulation, 2.5, nearly 3 minutes of overtime. How do you guys keep focus? Because I mean, you're talking. You have to be on point with communication, on point with obviously the mechanics and everything as well. Plus not making any sorts of general mistakes in the gameplay. How do you guys stay focused in such a long, drawn out game scenario?
Well, yeah, it's definitely tough to keep that focus, but we also understand that it's tough for them to keep their focus. And I think at the end of the day, we're understanding that we're two teams trying to make the least amount of mistakes at that point. It can get draining 2.5 minutes into an overtime, into regulation. 0 goals each. That means there's been no breaks, just hands on the whole time. Right. So we understand at that point it's who makes the least amount of mistakes. And so long as we can kind of hold on to that and keep our focus for just longer than they can, we realize we can get that edge.
So is that the mindset going in, just in general? Because that's what we set up. Game 5, who's gonna make the least amount of mistakes? That's what we were talking about. That was y'all's mindset in the game as well. Don't make more mistakes than the other team does.
Right, right. I mean, the scoreline definitely shows that, right? If we don't let up any goals, it's a lot easier for us to get that, maybe accidental goal that goes in. If we have that lockdown defense and just try not to make any mistakes with double committing, triple committing, that's where we lost our 2 games, where we would just lost focus on defense. And that's when we get broken down. 2 of those I remember were just open net goals that they scored, and that's just a miscommunication, us losing focus, making those mistakes, right? We keep that train going where we have that steady communication, that steady, rotation, keep that deep third man as a just in case. We'd rather have a very slow 0-0 game and making sure that they're not scoring and taking the opportunities when we get them.
Your defense was definitely a point of emphasis for us when we were talking about it. The Big East, those schools, sometimes their offense seems impossible to shut down just on the day. But you guys actually did a very good job of holding them to some of these lower scoring games. I guess my question is, what do you think is your biggest strength? Is it offense? Is it defense? Is it comms? What do you think is your biggest strength as a team?
It's so historically it has been offense, and that's one thing that we've been working on, is working on our communication and defense. Those have been our weak points. But historically, we've been a team that can put the pressure on and keep it, and that constant pressure allows us to score goals. But at the same time, it allows the other team to get those counterattacks. And credit to UConn, where it's too, they played fantastic, and when they had the opportunities for those counterattacks, they took them.
Well, yeah, and I guess my last question for you while you're here, is there anyone you would like to shout out or thank while you're here in the booth with us?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my teammates for being there. Good communicators, first of all. Absolutely, without them, we don't win those games, obviously. But also, the other GW students who are watching us. I know Caro is watching. I'm not sure anyone else, but anyone else who is watching us from GW, thanks for coming and watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the game.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Stangle. You guys have a tough match in Colorado next week, so we'll let you get ready for it. But go ahead and celebrate. And thanks for coming here.
So much for having me.
All right. And with that, we will be cutting to a short break to get ready for our next match. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Spring Split here at EGF. We are getting ready for another battle here. It's the University of Colorado, the Buffaloes, going up against the defending MAC champions, the Marist Red Foxes.
This one, I think, is going to be an uphill battle for Colorado. There's no doubt about it. Marist 7-1 in the fall split, really playing a great Rocket League, and Colorado have had some good games as well, but ultimately it's not as good as Marist has shown us.
We'll have to see here. It's Colorado in the blue and nearly striking first. That one off the crossbar and the rebound. Z-Ball able to force that one away. Thumper is up for this one. Spark, Thumper, and I believe it's AP is the third member of that Colorado roster, which is a very different roster than we are used to seeing out of the Buffaloes. Players like Starvin and company subbing out, and this ball will actually find its way across the Marist net, but the defense of the Red Foxes holding on for now. Tones able to kind of backtrack that ball away as he was backwards. A player on the back line of the Red Foxes was demoed, so buying a decent amount of time, but Colorado continuing to pressure here from these corners. Now Cypher with a chance to clear, and he's bumped off this ball. Thumper turning on it, has a little bit of boost to work with, can't get over top of the last defender though. It's Z-Ball to make the stop. Sparks centering pass is denied by Cypher, and this is Marist's first real chance on offense. Sends that one off the corner, shot for Z-Ball well wide, handled by Spark and redirected out. Cypher recentering. Tones a little late to it, but he beats AP, and Spark will corral that ball as the challenge finds its way on net, and it does find its way in. It's Z-Ball to score.
This is one of those, hey, look what I found goals, as it is off the, it's off the bench, and listen, it's on target. Fair enough to Z-Ball, but also, wow, that one a little bit on the lucky side, but Marist are up. What I do think is interesting is how well Colorado has shown, already. This is, you mentioned, being a little bit different look team than we're used to. That means that we might be resetting our expectations here.
Ooh, that's a miss in front, and Z-Ball is there to punish. Marist now find themselves up 2-0.
Sometimes you say something and it's immediately denied. This is one of those situations because Z-Ball just finds a fantastic opening. No one in control, nobody rotating into that position. And Marist, like you say, up by 2 at this point, and now looking good.
Thumper from the ceiling, shooting that one wide. He is now Rule 1, I believe, with Z-Ball, but they opt to not play for that one, and a chance in front for Cypher here. He actually redirects that one back. Tones his shot. AP diving back to make that save. Doesn't find the challenge on the Cypher though. The rebound. Z-Ball sends it forward. Spark on the backflip. Kills it to the corner. Thumper can't find a clean touch by the first defender there for Marist, and he'll attempt to clear this ball. Cypher now off the sideboards. Spark corrals it, has a little bit of time, flicks this one. Z-Ball does manage to get the first stop, but Thumper beats him to it. Tones down in front with Spark in front of him as well, and AP off the backboard. Tones is there, and Marist doing a very good job of not panicking despite the speed of the play, doing a very good job of corralling the ball, and then seeing when Colorado corrals it that they challenge immediately.
Yeah, it's what I like to call patient play. And what I mean by that is that, not worried about what the opposition is doing, worried about just answering the call and doing what's necessary at the time. As Marist have now, done a little bit better job than they did in the first opening minute at actually getting on offense. And once they did, they've had some success. And this is another successful offensive move. There's just nobody there, and I'm not quite sure what happened, because AP obviously goes for this, just misses, or rather isn't able to get the full clear, and then no one is in control, no one is in that rotation. Thumper, I guess, was on the move into that direction, but a big mistake from Colorado.
And all of a sudden it is 3-0 for Marist. 2 players on that clear attempt for the side of Marist. Thumper, no boost. He will manage to pick up the side boost though. Looking for a pass here for AP. Over top of his head, and Z-Ball now Looking for a challenge from the sideboards, and Tones now redirects that one mid. AP is there, cutting off that play. Tones managed to pick up the corner boost. AP sends it forward. Z-Ball making sure there's no space for Colorado to pass this ball around. Now Cypher using the ramp to kick that one up towards the boards, or towards the backboard, I should say. Tones now can't find a good clear, and Cypher has to backtrack on this one. It is Thumper getting the demo. Drop down in front. Z-Ball was able to clear it away despite the smoke screen, and Cypher will boom this one down the field. Under a minute remaining in Colorado. Those chances that we saw early in the game, we haven't seen the same quality since.
Yeah, they've sort of evaporated. I mean, that's a nice attempt, a good little play there by Spark, but it's not as if there's nobody there for Maris. They were always going to be able to get that, and it's the time that it's been taking Colorado to rotate back into to their side of the field is a little concerning, and that's sort of been why these longer range plays, sort of from midfield and combination plays and the such, have been so effective for Marist.
This one punched off the backboard with short time remaining. Game one is all but wrapped up in a bow for Maris as they have a 3-goal lead. This one still in the blue half. Thumper sends it down, looking for AP, who has to awkwardly half flip to get to it. And this game is hit 0 time, but it will be Marist's. They take game one, and a good response from them after being, pressed in the first couple minutes of action.
Listen, they ain't 7th in the EGF overall for nothing. Marist putting together a relatively one-sided affair. And I say relatively because you look at the score and you're like 3-0. Zach, what are you talking about? Well, I'm saying that because Colorado really did a good job of controlling the pace of play and also just the offense for the first minute and a half. It wasn't until Marist kind of caught a bit of a lucky break with that Z-ball goal that they got back into things. So I'm thinking Marist probably going to continue to look good here as we move forward. But Colorado, if they can show me more of what they did initially, they have a chance in this game.
And it's crazy, too. The real story of Marist, especially entering this season, was that last season they won the MAC, but they were winless out of conference. And this season, it has been a complete reversal. 3-1, and looking to make that 4-1 if they can get the win over Colorado. Colorado was one of the teams that was able to get the better of them last year. And this offense, oh my goodness, Thumper putting a dart on net, could not score, though, last man back able to make the save. But this Marist team, it has really adapted well to the EGF format, and all of a sudden, teams like Colorado are struggling against them.
Yeah, I mean, and we talked last game about like how a style of play can really be found in certain areas, but as I'm saying that, Thumper, man, nice find, able to just kind of waltz his way past the defender right here. Not quite able to find the angle of Z-ball, and it's a good goal to find, and that's actually the lead for Colorado. But what we were saying is, some of these conferences, they kind of have a style of play to them, and Marist, they've adjusted very well to it.
Thumper able to find that angle and give Colorado the lead. And Colorado, again, these are players that we're not typically used to seeing, and they're oh my goodness, forget what it's gonna make. What an angle from Thumper. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so that first one, I was ready to write it off. This is fantastic. Look at that angle. Wow. Thumper, that is no easy task, mind you. And he's able to pull this. It's now a 2-goal lead. There's a security goal here, Soy.
Z-ball does manage to take that side boost, but he can't find the flip off the ceiling to push the pace, and it will leave Colorado the ball. Thumper has to backtrack, no chance of a redirect there, but the bump on the back line, Spark was looking for something, but Z-ball, the air dribble, bought enough time for his teammates. Now Tones through this corner, around Spark, but Thumper is the only one able to get to this ball in time. AP now, hard off the corner, and Thumper again jumping at everything right now. He seems to be the player to watch on Colorado, the way he's pushing the pace.
Yeah, and it seems like where was this for game one, but gotta remember, game one, sometimes that's a bit of a warm-up. You're not all the way turned up to 11 there, and things can happen. But I'm really excited if this is what we're going to see from Thumper. Unfortunately for Colorado, they left the goal wide open, and a very nice touch here for Cyphers. You got to help out, or excuse me, Z-Ball actually got the touch at the very end.
I thought that pinched initially. I was surprised he got so much power because Cypher, again, coming off that wall, didn't have a lot of speed to him. I was wondering how he got so much power behind it, but it is Z-Ball who gets the credit, and it is a 2-1 game now, just over half the game remaining, but the press once again here from Colorado. AP, the double tap is beautiful, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, and you're going to see a demo here back in the goal as well. Z-Ball was the one who was potentially set up to make this save. Cypher was left to try and make it happen, but the double tap, like you say, far too strong. That's a fantastic setup to get that goal.
Good team play here from Colorado in game number 2, and they needed a response like this. The way they were kind of shut down in game number 1, we're not really used to seeing that, but they have found that space and time to pull off the plays like that. And this offense seemingly has come alive here in game number 2 as Thumper really slowly playing this one. And AP, his challenge does not go well, so Spark left to backtrack.
Got about 2 minutes left on the clock, and Marist has struggled to actually make plays offensively in this game because of how dominant we've seen Colorado be on, especially in the midfield. They're making the touches like that, for example. But in this case, Marist are finally able to at least get a forward position and try for a goal.
Hard read off the wall there. Thumper actually not able to read it, and AP bailing him out there. Centering pass for Cypher. Can't get there in time. Tones, hard play off the wall. Z-Ball bailing him out with the save there. And now a chance for Z-Ball in transition. Backboard, no touch, and it's Cypher with an open net to make the lead. Back down to 1 again.
Yeah, a bit of a weird touch there off the wall, to be honest, for Colorado. AP makes the initial save, but it's just not enough players in the area to get the secondary follow-up. It's a minute 30 to play with, and Marist are only down by 1 now. So all they really need is just that one opportunity to go the right way, and they're right back in it.
Spark will have to backtrack off this one. Tones now, all 3 players on the Marist team in the blue half, but Spark able to get the demo and free up some space here. Thumper now, off the corner, trying to get over top of 1. 2 players there fighting for positioning in center field, and Spark trying to backtrack here as Thumper buying some time as well. 1 minute remaining. Tones wins the 50. Cypher's there. Can he turn? Spark got back in time. Z-Ball punching it back up into that corner. Had the race back to it, but didn't find the touch. Centered out in front. AP is there. Cypher to make sure the press continues here. Got bumped off the ball, actually, but he is able to turn on it now. Finds the way over top of him. It's Spark. No boost in the tank here, and Z-Ball forks it away from him. Tones can't turn on this one in time, but no one on the Colorado side is ready for it, and here's a chance for Marist to break out along the wall, and Spark instantly cutting it off. Can't find the touch. Another save comes through. Colorado just not giving Marist any space to work with as they try and break out. Z-Ball with the flick. AP stops that attempt. Kicks off the ramp up high. 10 seconds now as Z-Ball punches that one downfield. Tones off the redirect, looking for Cypher's shot. Well wide of the net. No one quite ready for this shot to come through. It's Tones off the backboard. Chance in front. It found its way down to the ground, and Colorado take game 2.
Unfortunate there that Marist was not able to get at least another one opportunity. It felt like there was maybe 10 seconds more on the clock. We could have been looking at an overtime situation, but props to Colorado. Here's the thing. They came out and they showed us a very different look. Now, once again, the first half of the game and the second half of the game were 2 very different games, especially for Colorado. So I need Colorado to play a full game and really convince me that they have what it takes to take Marist and beat them.
Game number 3 here between these two. Colorado is one of these teams in the Western Conference that's very highly contested. We saw teams like Hawaii are in that conference. UTA, the 2-time defending champs, are also in that conference. So they could really use some of these wins to try and keep pace. But that one actually finding its way through Tones with a last-second save on a real awkward play from him to keep this one tied.
Very nice moves there, and 30 seconds in, I'm already seeing a very different look to Colorado. They're sort of where they were at the end of last game, and not able to kind of make the same sort of plays. But the good news is that what that does mean, their defensive play was pretty solid. It's only when the rotations get messed up do they struggle.
Colorado, if memory serves, it was one of these teams that also, their offense was at its best when they could kind of work from these sidewalls and find these passing plays. And we didn't really see that all game one. We saw it more often in the first half of game number 2. And in game number 3, you're seeing they're starting to find a little bit more space now, putting that one on, and that one actually gets redirected. Spark has to make that play, and Cypher trying to capitalize off of it, but the rest of Colorado's back in time. There's a pass across to the center, and it's Z-Ball able to make the save.
Yeah, Maris are doing a good job of trying to find ways to disrupt this and actually get out of their half of the field, but they haven't done it very often. This is the first time that they've had a real legitimate potential at getting any shot on goal, and now Spark has the ball once again. So things are really in a bit of a tough spot for Maris because their offense is really struggling to get going.
Z-Ball could not take that one up the wall cleanly. Cypher is there, and that ends up being a back pass for Tones, and Thumper is too quick to it. Settles it down now, gets the bump, and Spark is there! The cleanup crew comes through! Colorado strikes first!
Yeah, this kind of was the cleanup crew. Nice touch by Thumper. The bump as well. It just is perfect, and no one in the vicinity close enough. It's Maris down once again. We've seen this before. Now, Maris started to make the comeback last game, but they weren't able to take it all the way. This time, it's just one goal thus far.
Spark now trying to settle this ball down. Goes for the air dribble, but he's bumped off it by Cypher. Z-Ball wins the race to it. That's a shot on. AP has to make an awkward save. The rebound by Tones is denied by Spark. Cypher is there, but he's got no boost in the tank. Can't get that one by Thumper in the corner. Z-Ball looking for the air dribble, avoids the bump, gets the flip reset, can't get back to the ball though, and Thumper able to get that one away again. Now he's got the ball on his nose. He is denied by Tones. Tones was the MVP of that MAC Conference Championship, and if you're looking for Maris offense to really get going, Tones is the player to watch. It's been Z-Ball through most of game 1, and there he is here off the pass from Cypher. It's a tie game.
Yeah, Tones has been relegated to the defense often. This is a nice center ball from Cypher, and it is well placed by Z-Ball. That's the sort of combination play that I feel Marist usually have up their sleeve and can consistently put together. The problem is consistency. It's just not been there. But like I said, defense from Tones, phenomenal. Already doing that once again.
What a shot from AP and a better save, but this one won't be saved. It's AP saying, no, you won't deny me twice, and Colorado's back in the lead.
It seemed like, from my perspective, Tones looked like he thought that they were going to have an offensive opportunity, got a little bit too far forward. AP makes the run around and is able to find the open net. A very nice play, a bit of a bait and switch, if you will, as well, as they just took a little bit too long to make the decisions, did Marist.
And Colorado was able to capitalize, and looking for another play in transition here is AP. That ball just out of reach for him. Thumper, the touchdown off the wall. Tones, again, good defensive positioning to try and get this ball in transition. Tones is up for this one as well, but Spark beats him to it. Z-Ball racing back for this one. Had to avoid a bump as well. A demo comes through on the backside of that play, and what an angle from Thumper to make it 3-1. Holy Toledo, where did this come from?
Thumper, more like angles. What the hell is this? I mean, I have seen that maybe 10 times ever from that angle. Oh my gosh.
wild angle, and Thumper to find that, to have the confidence to go for that in the first place is something else. Is Spark and Thumper both double committing on that one to make sure that ball does not find its way into the blue net. 1 minute remaining here in game number 3. Thumper gets by Cypher. AP and him combining to get this ball downfield. Tones punches this one down. Spark and Thumper are both back thanks to a demo. Tones now centering pass. Z-Ball is up, wins the challenge. Tones is up, can't find the touch. Cypher on the follow-up, didn't get the touch either, and a shot gone by the wayside. Now AP with a chance, slow plays it, and AP, the mind games. Where are your axles, defense?
Oh my goodness, this little fake was fantastic. Just pops off the boost for one moment, fakes to go for the shot, and waits a second more for no one to be in the way. 4-1, and this one is well earned for Colorado.
And poor Z-Ball on that play, he's hung out to dry. He has to respect the shot across. And speaking of, AP out of nowhere seemingly to make it 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe that ball is where it's at, but AP just, he's maybe finding the easy shots there at the end of the game, but man, I gotta say, Colorado have leveled up here in game 3.
Absolutely. I mean, this game for the longest time was even or 1 goal apiece, and now all of a sudden it is a 5-goal differential as AP is going to get credit for his 4th this game.
Not just the hat trick, but the quad. I mean, come on. Yes, Maris clearly are, a little bit frustrated and definitely losing, a little bit of touch here, but that still doesn't mean that those 4 initial goals especially were not serious, were not ridiculous, and they were ridiculous. When you have 4 goals and 2 out of 4 of them are in a manner that makes makes my mouth drop, I mean, you gotta just tip the hat, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, look, that Thumper shot was incredible, and that's one that's one where, from a defensive perspective, like, you're seeing that shot come down from the ceiling, and you're going, okay, there's a chance this hits the backboard, or it might hit the post. No,
it's indefensible. Like, how you don't defend it?
Is the perfect angle, and then AP comes back with just a dagger right off of kickoff, and all of a sudden it's like getting punched in the gut. So now the question is, for the Red Foxes, how do you respond to that? How do you answer the bell to an offense that seemingly has not only found its footing, but it is firing on all cylinders?
You got to forget about game number 3. It didn't exist. It never happened. You are working in game 4, and this is the only game that matters. That's what Maris has to think and believe at this point.
Chance here, Spark, actually that one kicked high off the wall, and Z-Ball gets the clear, tried to put one on maybe, but AP making sure that does not happen. Thumper challenged by Tones. Z-Ball last man back here, he'll have to respond to Spark's clear. Z-Ball will opt to carry it across. Demo on the back line of Cypher, that happened way back inside the orange net, so Colorado not letting up on any of their physicality, and we saw a little bit of that in that last game. Cypher with an awkward play here, doesn't find the touch, and Spark will get the credit.
Oh my goodness. Another long ball, and this is one of those moments where it's just a little bit of a misread for Cypher, and it goes a bit short. So Maris to lose out, in Colorado take advantage. Spark with a fantastically placed and put shot.
And I wonder, too, you see Thumper go up for that ball and threaten the redirect. That's got to play to the mind of Cypher on that touch, at least a little bit, make him think about it a bit more. And maybe that is what really threw him off, but who's to say? Either way, Colorado will have the 1-goal lead, trying to make it 2 here. The rebound down in front is denied, and it's a race towards the back line. Spark gets demoed by Z-Ball, and the demos across the board for both teams. It's AP who comes out on top of it with now 100 boosts as he collects the corner, but Tones can't win the challenge, and Colorado gets a much-needed clear.
This game is still very much in the favor of Colorado, but Marist still have the opportunity to bring us to a fifth game because it's just a 1-goal lead at this point. There's 3 minutes to play with, and they have to get back on offense. Marist, game after game, they've had less and less offensive time of possession, and that needs to change.
AP sending that one into the box, redirected by Spark, rolling towards the net, and Tones is able to get back in time to make that save and keep this at a 1-goal game. And Marist's defense, well, aside from that one marker, it's been holding the line so far, but here comes the double tap from Thumper, and it's in! So much speed, so much power, and Thumper makes it 2-0.
At this point, this isn't called a double tap, it's just a thumper. I mean, what more can you do? He's consistent and consistently in the right position to take advantage of those moments, and he's all on his own. It's impossible to defend that double tap when you only have a singular defender, and you have to go for one read or the other, and you're committed.
Such a hard read, too, and Thumper just with so much control in the air. Not only does he put, so much power on that first touch, but it is just something else to watch the control as he gets back to it. That challenge gonna buy a little bit of time. Tones can't find the touch here, but Z-Ball is there underneath it to catch it. Now Spark trying to get by. Tones denies one. Has the ball on his nose, and Thumper sweeping through, gets the clear, has a chance, flicks by Z-Ball, and this one will be tapped in off the post. Thumper on top of it right now.
I mean, sometimes you just see a couple plays and you're like, wow, what an intelligent, what a skilled play, and that's what I feel when I'm watching Thumper at this moment. There's just no stopping the guy. And at 3-0 here, I think Colorado, they feel like they're probably walking away with this game.
Thumper nearly 50-50ing that one into the back of the net with all 3 Marist defenders inside the box. 2 players up for this one. Cypher is the one who gets the touch, and Z-Ball is the one to follow up on. Thumper gets it over top of another. Spark nearly finding that one in transition. AP can't find the touch, but Thumper is there to push that one to the blue corner, try and buy some time. Tones centering pass, looking for Cypher. The shot is denied. The rebound, though, is Z-Ball's, and he will score and put Marist on the board.
Yeah, Z-Ball offensively has been the light in the darkness of this Marist squad, this series rather. It continues to be right there. A great job anticipating where the defender's going with that ball, finding where to get intercept and convert that into a score.
Just over a minute remaining, and they're going to need more of that if they're going to push this one to game number 5, but Colorado in transition. So many touches here. Look at the passing play that's developing. Spark's already up for this one. Drop down for Thumper, wide of the net. Z-Ball unable to get to this one in time. It's AP turning on it, using a lot of boost to do so, but it does get cleared away. Now Tones redirecting that one, trying to get it back to himself, but Thumper again able to make the play. Passing play across. AP's shot is denied by Z-Ball. Sent forward. Spark leaving it for AP now. He'll get the corner boost. Tones is already up to challenge this one. Z-Ball, quick shot off the crossbar, and it's on the goal line, and Tones will tap it in.
Marist have a chance here for 30 seconds. They can make it work, and such a hard fought ball to get it into that position. Everyone there to tap it in at the backside. 1 goal, and we're going to overtime. It's all on to Marist.
Z-Ball wins the race to that one, but Thumper is the only one there. Booming clear. AP already up for this one off the backboard. Player might have jumped a little bit early. Now Thumper has to buy time. Good touch to the corner. Centered out. Shot is denied by Spark. Short time remaining here. Flicked over Thumper. Spark is there to get by another. Z-Ball has to go for this one. Beats the first player. Spark is the only one there in 0 time, and the shot is on, but it's too slow, and it's on the ground, and Colorado, they take this one in 4.
Colorado really, really showing that they are a serious contender here for the spring split. I really love what they were showing us. Gosh, Thumper. in my notes, I just need to write thumper, 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 thumper. And that's it. It's just, it really was impressive. And that's not to deny any of the rest of the squad's, participation. And they had some really good stuff. I mean, AP in particular, what a phenomenal bunch of goals he had in that prior game, in game 3. I mean, 6-1 was the scoreline there, and I think 4 of them were APs. Like, that's really impressive. But those wow moments, they were all thumpers, and I think that's the type of scores that really disincentivize your opponent. They're like, well, if he's going to do that, I mean, we just might as well stop playing. It feels like that in game, and that's what he was able to do, and that's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, and also too, it's one of those things where Colorado, they are known, I think, for their offense, and it was one of those cases where Marist, you could tell their offense could get some goals on the board, but it was another one of those cases where they never had the ball. I mean, all through the back half of that set, or that series, really, Colorado was constantly pressing, constantly pushing the pace. How many times was there a centering pass to AP or Spark for a shot that had to be, a diving save or challenged quickly, and then Maris all of a sudden has to regroup because they're back on their back foot again. It was just, once that first game was done, that almost seemed like the warm-up game for Colorado's offense, because it came alive at game 2 and beyond.
It certainly did. There's no doubt about that. And, Maris, they're going to have to go and rethink things. Granted, we were talking about some differences in players and whatnot as well. So, don't know how that's going to turn out. Nonetheless, congratulations to Colorado. They deserve this win. I assume we're going to be getting an interview with a player from Colorado. If not, we still have some more Rocket League. So regardless, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGF. Joining us here in the booth is Spark from Colorado after their 3-1 win against Marist. Spark, how you feeling after this victory?
Good win. We were able to take it back. Game 1 didn't go our way, but then got the rally and got the team going.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys, you had a little bit of a rougher fall split at 3 and 5, but your offense, I mean, it was something else to watch. Is that, do you feel like that is a strength of your team, or at least the strongest point of your team?
Definitely, yeah. We've always been kind of an offensively oriented team. Passing and the solo plays have always been a big part. And over the break, we've been able to work a lot together and kind of fit in the puzzle pieces and get it all clicking.
So Maris, obviously a strong opponent. I mean, they're 7-1, but you guys came out and, I mean, you kind of dominated over the course of the entirety of the series. Now, yeah, there was quite a couple of quite close games, and obviously Marist were able to pick up that first one. Were you expecting this to be a 3-1 in such a fashion, or were you expecting a little bit more from Marist?
We personally haven't played Maris before, if I remember correctly, so we weren't exactly sure what to expect coming into this. But we always make sure we're on our A game, and it kind of worked out this round. We got the offense clicking again after game one, and kind of went away with it.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you guys played phenomenally, just in general. What? So one outlier that kind of comes out is that game three. The 6-1 is where it ended. Why was that such a one-sided affair? Do you think, for you guys, whereas the rest of the series was so very close?
It's definitely, in my opinion, comes down to the mental game. Game one, we were kind of cold, hadn't gotten too much warm up in, and so comms weren't there yet. Game two, kind of picking it up, warming up, and then game three, I'd say was kind of like the peak of the series. We were all talking, all feeling the mechanics, and it definitely showed in the score.
Yeah, absolutely. It did. Now, next week, you guys get George Washington, who just got the upset over UConn this week. How do you prepare for these upcoming matches?
We'll definitely start by going over the replays from this week, this current series, and then if we have time, having that resource to go over George Washington's game from the last series on stream will definitely be kind of good to figure out, what's their play style, what do they play like, what are their players like, how best to counter them, and then over the week we'll just kind of figure out what play style we want to go with, and then take it into next week.
All right. Well, last question for you. While you're here, is there anyone you would like to thank or shout out while you're here in the booth?
Obviously, shout out the boys on the team. The subs, as always, are great. They show up, give us the mental game. Appreciate them for showing up. And then our coach Ryan, our manager Ryan, he's always there. Love him. And yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Spark. Best of luck next week, and congrats on your victory this week.
Thank you.
And with that, we will be cutting to a short break to get ready for our next match. So don't go anywhere. EGFC will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final match of the night. It's the University of Montana, the Grizzlies, going up against the Siena Saints in a battle of kind of new versus old. Montana new to the EGF in the Big Sky Conference, and Siena, one of the old guard of the MAC.
Yeah, they really are, man. Siena have been around in EGF for as long, I feel like, as EGF has been around. Definitely as long as I've been around in EGF. And listen, Siena, they struggled last year in general, but they're on a pretty good run. 6-2 currently, but Montana, you and I were talking, and they are a dominant force right now, undefeated.
Ooh, and starting off hot here as Okifin on the redirect from High Crew to just 5 seconds into the match, giving him the lead.
What a great redirect as well. I mean, that's a great find. It's hard to make that and actually to get that on target too. It's a bit of a weird angle, in fact. So just fantastic start here for Montana. As well, if that's any sort of tone setter, this might be a one-sided affair.
High Crew is one of these players that you have to watch for on the side of Montana. When he gets going, the Grizzlies are hard to stop, but don't doubt AZ and Okifin. They've had very good chemistry so far this season. The Siena roster on the other side, Six has been kind of the staple name to this roster, but Atlas and Jobster, I believe, are the new faces that have really helped Siena to that 6-2 record.
Yeah, and for me, Atlas in particular, I've seen do quite good work in the couple of games that I've gotten to see from them during that fall split. So definitely keep your eyes in that direction.
High Crew with the flick over top of one, buying a little bit of time. Six should be able to turn on this one. Hard read off the ceiling, puts it down, and AZ is there to respond. Now High Crew from the boards. Flicked over one, and Atlas is able to make the stop. Okifin can't find the touch, and AZ challenged away by Atlas. Six now, looking for Atlas along the boards. Turns that one central. Down Main Street is Jobster, the shot off the backboard, the rebound sent wide. A chance for Six, hard angle. Jobster actually gets the demo. That's a back pass to Atlas, trying to make sure the pressure stays on. But Montana answering the calls so far.
Yeah, some good defense, but man, what a great setup that was from Siena. And that goes to show, why this team has found such a success this year in comparison to the last, and they deserve it.
Atlas trying to find a clear here. Ran out of boost, so Jobster trying to get that one forward. Okifin leaving that one for AZ, but too long. Six on the interception ties the game.
What a preempt here. That was fantastic work by Six, and yeah, everyone's going for it, and Six just comes out of Narnia. And like, no, that's my ball, and it's going straight into Montana's net.
Tie game with 3:06 on the clock. Atlas, this is an awkward ball for him to read off the backboard. High Crew, patient play here, does win the 50, gets a second touch on it, and Okifin off the post, goal line, Jobster gets it away, forks it off the goal line, and we stay tied. Now he's trying to make a play for himself, and High Crew gets the stop.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Such a great play going in there, but then Jobster goes over the top. He should have been waiting a little bit, played it more patiently, and maybe able to, juke someone out, find some success. We're still tied 1-1 here as halftime comes across that 2.5-minute mark. So, all things considered, Siena doing a good job overall.
Holding their own against the undefeated Montana roster. Atlas stuck in the corner here as AZ challenging him. That one also blocked away. And Montana retreats here as they've got low boost. Okifin just trying to keep the pressure on, buy a little bit of time. Manages to find the dunk on Atlas too, so Six will have to respond to this one. Atlas on the back pass. No one really ready for it. And High Crew takes advantage, dunking on Six to give them the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and this is just really, really strong work. No one getting there in time. I mean, just fast decision making, and that's sort of what separates good from great in the game of Rocket League is decision making and speed at which you can actually make the play, and that is what we just saw.
The High Crew throwing that one on net as well. That one is denied, and Okifin forced to go back to his own corner boost. The air dribble here finds AZ. That should find the backboard. Six can't find the touch, and the shot goes underneath. It's AZ to put Montana up 3-1.
Great setup, great play overall, and AC with the alley-oop to himself on that one. That feels good when it happens. It's 3-1. And with 1:30, Sienna need to get on the ball when it comes to scoring here if they want any chance of coming back.
Those last two goals are just kind of defensive miscues, right? The back pass towards his own goal when no one's ready for it, and Six unable to find the touch on the backboard. Even here, AZ, hard angle shot, but could not find the touch. Six now with a chance to clear from his own corner. Gets it past midfield, but High Crew is there to respond once again. Now AZ, that challenge down, hits a defender in front. That also pinches off of AZ's car, so Okifin, he has to respond to this off the boards. Six now, drop down for Atlas. Punched away by High Crew, forced up to the sky is Jobster, and High Crew now. Double tap, buying some time once again. Six now to challenge. 45 seconds remaining here, and Jobster try to force this one forward. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Sienna's offense get going. They cannot really break through this midfield line.
What Sienna offense is the real question, and unfortunately, that's the reality. They haven't been on the field. It's been all defense, and even here, where we're on Montana's side of the pitch, it just isn't actual offense. It's, a touch here, a touch there, a clear here, a clear there. No control, no consistency.
Atlas couldn't find the challenge on AZ either, and AZ's got boost to work with, trying to get it by one there, but he is denied, and with short time remaining, Sienna, they're in miracle territory. This one can't find its way in. AZ gets the dunk, and that will kill the clock. This one actually finds its way up the wall, so maybe one more for the road here. That one would have gone in, and it will not matter. Montana take game one.
Yes, and with that one, so you gotta think, right? What could Sienna College have done better? Where were some of the mistakes? Well, there's a couple of those goals that clearly were big mistakes. Sienna College left open, but there was one or two. Arguably, definitely one, arguably two, that you got to just tip the hat to Montana. They made a great play. And so for me, I think Sienna need to be working on getting more offensive possession time. They can't let Montana play as aggressively as they have been playing. Otherwise, you're going to get the same sort of thing happening, right? 3-1. Honestly, I think that Sienna probably lucky to walk away with just a 3-1 scoreline with the amount of time that Montana had to work with.
Just a couple of defensive miscues, but that was all Montana really needed to jump out to the lead that they had. So in game number 2, we'll see if they can gather up more possession here. Jobster does have the ball, but no boost off of kickoff. Six now, backtracking, is able to win the first challenge, but High Crew quick to respond to it. Okifin, that's a good shot off the post, the rebound. Six forks that one away. Okifin still in the right spot, though, to find another touch. The rebound wide, Atlas opting not to play that one. AZ looking for the demo, finds it, but Six cutting in early to get the stop. Okifin loses that challenge to Jobster. Trying to redirect this one down center lane, but it is Okifin over top to get the clear. Six now. Pinching that one off the boards. That one high off the backboard. AZ to himself looks like, but Atlas is there. Jobster waiting there already, trying to send that one off the backboard. Looking to spring Six here, but Six is denied. All three members of Montana there. There's a shot. AZ makes the save. Okifin hoping for some corner boost, can't find it. AZ now on the nose of his car, wins the first challenge. Leaves it now for Okifin. Air dribble for Okifin. Six to beat, and Six makes the save. And so far, through the first minute of action, a couple of chances both ways, but the quality definitely in Montana's favor still.
Yeah, and beyond that, right? It was one big chance for Sienna and a whole lot of small ones for Montana. That's 4 or 5 just in the last 30 seconds alone, and it's just been good defense from Sienna College, which I gotta give them credit. The Sienna College defense has been phenomenal. Whenever they're not, making those small miscues that we were talking about in the last game, and they are on point.
Doing a very good job of buying themselves the time they need to gather up boost to make that next save and be in the right position for it. Here's a chance for Six. Dart on net is good! The goalie could not get enough of a piece of it, and Sienna strikes first.
Yeah, and this is the type of opportunity that you want to see, right? It's a one-on-one, and you're able to get the power behind that shot, Sixes, in order to make it difficult for Okifin to make the save. That's exactly the type of one-on-one that you want if you are Sienna.
Good shot there, nearly finding the perfect corner, but it does not find its way to net. Now AZ. That one's going to be towards the backboard. Can't find a second touch, but Okifin kind of bails AZ out there. High Crew leaving that one forward. Atlas, good control of that ball. High Crew's going to turn on this, tries to put one towards the net slowly. It's Six able to get that ball away. No boost in the tank for Six, but he does manage to get it by one. That's a back pass. High Crew, luckily in the right place at the right time. Otherwise, that one could have been on net. Six in a weird spot here. Leaves it for Jobster, but he is denied by High Crew. Six now, booming clear, or at least it looked like it. Okifin ran out of boost, and now turning the other way is Jobster. AZ able to get back to it, and Six will return this one to the blue half. That one off the backboard, and it's in! Six with the double tap to make it 2-0.
That was magical work there. Six had that goal prior to this and has the goal now following it up. And that's kind of, you were talking about follow through in the last game, and you're absolutely right. That's a great example of where just following through gives you a easy goal off that double tap.
And now High Crew on the air dribble. A lot of space to work with. Okifin was there, but could not get the shot he needed. And Atlas in transition will score. Sienna's up 3-0.
We talk about it again and again, Soy. It's about mistakes. Who's making them? Right now, Montana are making the mistakes, and this has been Sienna taking advantage. Sienna are showing that they are no slouches, and there's a reason they're sitting at a 6-2 record. It's because they can understand when a mistake is happening and take advantage of it.
Under 2 minutes remaining now. Okifin, he's not going to be able to get to the backboard in time. That's a shot. What a save. High Crew pinching it off the post to ensure that it gets out. Six is going to get dunked here by High Crew as well. He's going to try and generate something here from the wall. Trying to center this ball down. The save is made, and Six the only one there to pick up that rebound. Gets the corner boost and ensures that this ball makes it to the blue half. Atlas is there as well. Shot goes wide, and High Crew is denied by Six. So with a minute and a half remaining, Montana, a sign of life there, shut down by the Sienna defense.
I mean, let's be real. Six is playing MVP Rocket League right now. I mean, he's got 2 shots, 2 goals, and I think 3 saves. That's what he's doing at the minute, and it's really put Sienna in a fantastic spot.
Add another save to his resume this game as he makes that stop. Six trying to 50 this one, looking to find Jobster in mid, and he does, but he's challenged, so that ball will end up careening to the corner. Flicked over one. High Crew can't find the touch. It's Six making sure that ball finds its way to the blue back wall. Jobster loses the challenge, and Six will turn on this. Gets over top of Okifin. High Crew is there once more. Booming clear, but Montana is short on time if they want to do anything in this game in particular. AZ backwards to this one, just trying to find any sort of momentum. Six cuts it off once again. High Crew buying some time here, realizing he's the last man back, but with 20 seconds left, they got to get going upfield. AZ stopped by Jobster. Rebound for High Crew. Lofted shot off the cross. Rebound is denied. And Jobster, he's going to have a chance to clear this ball out and kill the clock. And Sienna, they will wrap this game up in a 3-0 fashion, maybe, or AZ, nope, can't find the air dribble. Either way, the set is back to even.
Wow, what an answer from Sienna College. Montana came out and they smacked Sienna in the mouth. And Sienna got right back up and gave him the gut punch. I absolutely love it. This was fantastic work. I mean, we talked about Six, though. I mean, that's on one side, very, very strong. The other thing to talk about, though, I think is I talked about in the after that first game that Montana could not be allowed to have so much ball control. They needed to be denied, and that's kind of what Sienna were able to do. It wasn't in a traditional way though. They really did a good job of interrupting the plans that Montana were putting together, and defensively just clearing the ball and making it difficult for Montana to recycle and re-aggress. So it's very unique what we saw Sienna doing, and I'm really curious to see if they're going to continue to find success with that style.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, Montana, they had so much space to work with in game number 1, and it wasn't like they drew a line at midfield, but all of a sudden, just Montana, it's almost like they took an extra second or two to try and figure out their play, and Sienna was able to leap on top of it almost.
Right. Yeah, everything kind of slowing down in a little bit, in a sense, though not quite literally, but in some ways, yeah. But that, okay, that's unfortunate. I think, was this a demo? No, it's just a straight up miss.
Jobster is the last man back here and ends up, he's trying to fight off that demo. He ends up demoing the player who might have been going for a bump on him, and that just kind of throws off his angle to try and block High Crew. But either way, Montana off to a good early start here. Good response after that last game. And again, High Crew, that player to watch. He has been the clutch factor for the Grizzlies in the past. Even getting the dunk there, a scary situation, but the defense of Sienna once again able to hold up. But that's a backboard touch towards AZ. Now High Crew centering this ball again, and the rest of Montana having to kind of back off this. No boost in the tank for Okifin, and AZ last man back once again. That pinch finds its way to midfield. That touch trying to set up Okifin. Low boost in the tank though once again. Sienna starting to find a little bit of footing here, but can't corral this ball as High Crew. He is denied. Atlas on the redirect. Jobster, that ball finds its way over his head. And Okifin, a little bit of space to work with. Catches it, finds the dunk. High Crew's going to be up for this one. Can he put this one on? Gets the flip reset, wants the dunk, but Atlas gets the clear, and the last man back is Okifin. Barely able to make the save. The 6 is good. Sneaks it inside the post, and it's back to tie.
Oh my goodness, I can't stop praising 6 here. Look at the placement of this shot. I mean, that's the only place that there's just literally no way Okifin can get to, because he's just come from that spot. He can't reverse his momentum. And, I mean, just really, really good, smart, quick decision-making there by 6.
With just over 3 minutes remaining here, 6 has been the go-to guy, but that demo on the back line that is a clear path for Okifin. 2-1 Montana.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Sienna. But this, I mean, everything just opens up off both of those demos. There's no one in the way. And, I mean, Okifin's never missing that shot.
And from the couple of games I've seen from Montana, physicality is not typically one of their go-to traits. They don't do a lot of demos. It's a lot of air dribbles and finding passing plays. 6 nearly tries to sneak that one in the corner. So to see that physicality, it shows how, their offense, it's adapting. It's learning, hey, the space on these air dribbles, it's not there anymore. We got to find a new way to create space, and the demos are the perfect way to do it right now.
Absolutely. And I mean, let's go back to the individual that you've been talking about, High Crew. I mean, been really, really tough. It's been hard for them to get into this game. They've not been playing poorly. It's just they've been limited.
No space to work with. That's a good redirect from Okifin, but he finds the crossbar instead as we hit the halfway marker of this game, and Montana up 2-1 here. 6 able to make that stop. High Crew forcing the issue here in the corner. Nearly finding a demo as well. Okifin, last man back. He will take this one all the way back to his own corner. Jobster does find the challenge. That one's going to be on net, and he actually redirects it off his car. That should be a clear, but 6 is there. Chips that one back towards the blue backboard. Jobster opting to wait for this one. Catches it, trying to sneak by one. Looking for Atlas. Jukes out his own teammate. Trying to juke out this last defender, but it's AZ holding strong on that last back line.
Oh, Jobster getting a little too fancy with it. Just keep it simple. That's all that you need to do. Sienna had that opportunity. That was the moment. It's a minute 30, though, left, and they have another chance to tie this back up.
AZ can't find the challenge along the wall, though. It's 6 finding the first dunk. High Crew, look at the booming clear. He's got AZ in transition. Off the wall, chance in front, it's Atlas making the big stop. Okifin, that redirects back, passing it. Jobster sending one on. Backboard AZ, well read to make sure that one does not get double tapped. Another one towards the backboard. High Crew is there to make sure 6 doesn't find a touch. Okifin over top. 6 finds a touch here to make sure his team is the first one back to it. Atlas now racing forward. Cut off by AZ. Jobster taps this one into the corner. Redirected once again by 6, but Okifin trying to force the issue. High Crew back to Okifin. Another play along the wall here from High Crew, trying to fork this ball out of the corner, trying to generate a chance. Atlas along the backboard ends up getting a touch. This should be a shot for Okifin. On the goal line, it's 6 with kind of a backflip of his own to make the save. 30 seconds now, the rebound denied, and the press here from Montana, it is relentless. No shot coming through. Atlas can't find the touch. High Crew puts it on. 6, the crossbar. AZ redirected. Okifin scores, and it's 3-1 Montana.
What an incredible 1-minute stand from Montana. Unrelenting aggression towards the opponent. Siena College had no chance to get back and answer with a goal of their own, and now this is pretty much the nail in the coffin here for this game. Well, if that wasn't, that certainly is. AZ completing a fantastic goal.
All the space in the world for this air dribble, but I gotta go back to that last play. Did a Siena player leave the goalie box for that last 45 seconds? They were just trapped for so long, and all of a sudden, Montana has leapt out to a 3-goal lead.
I mean, I'll keep it real with you. I honestly think that Siena College did a really good job of defending. It just didn't matter. When you're pressed like that for over a minute, you're never going to win it all over time. Like, you just can't keep defending forever, and they couldn't.
Yeah, and with that, Montana, they have put themselves on match point, and now, well, being on match point, the way they're playing, this is a team, when they get rolling, they are so hard to slow down, and that last minute of play really shows you, how it's like a boa constrictor, right? They just keep closing in. The chances get harder and harder to stop. And on defense, right, when you're pressed in like that, you don't really have the time to go and gather boosts to make the saves that you are required to make. So really good stuff to Montana in that last set.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, 6 made some really heroic saves there. I mean, I think 3 of them, in fact, just to put them into that position. So Siena, they have to stop allowing Montana to get so much time to work with and get them so much space to work with on the offense. Otherwise, they're gonna run into that same sort of thing.
Lots of quick rotations from Montana, allowing just that constant press. Even here, past mid, nearly finding its way to the net. Okifin, though, bit of a mistouch. Jobster with a chance now. Trying to find a way to juke this last defender, and High Crew standing strong. Atlas with a centering pass. Jobster is there to put it down mid, as 6 was there for a shot. And AZ making the save. That's a number of times that AZ this set has stood his ground defensively.
Yeah, I mean, in general, though, the defense of Montana, I mean, you could pick anyone out of the hat, and I'd say they've had some really good saves as well. But this is 0-0, 1 minute gone. Once again, praise to Siena here for keeping this very close in what is match point.
Okifin, that's a good chip over top. 6 kind of caught out of position. Luckily for Siena, that ball did not find its way to the net. That's a drop-down pass for AZ. Couldn't quite get a good piece of that shot. Now Okifin, second chance off the backboard and out wide. High Crew couldn't play this one. 6, one-on-one, flicking it towards the backboard, and AZ was ready for it. Got the read and got the demo. Jobster trying to center this ball, and Atlas not quite able to read the defensive touch. Now 6, trying to find a way to get this ball out of the orange half. Atlas is there to respond to the press here from AZ. AZ going for a demo immediately after not being able to get back to that ball, so Atlas will be forced to respond to this one. Jobster off the spawn. punching that one down the field. We hit 3 minutes remaining here, still no scores, but again, that press from Montana, it's here, it's ever present, and Sienna, they've got to find a way to transition through this.
100%, but this is where Sienna, they did such a good job in that second game of slowing down the pace of play. And despite how close that was from Hikaru, I mean, it has been good from Sienna to sort of deny Montana as many opportunities as they had previously.
We've hit the halfway marker here of game number 4. And it is still scoreless. Ball still in the orange. Half with Jobster. Finds a good challenge here. Atlas using the ground to pinch that one forward. 6 bites on this one. Low boost in the tank though. Hard touch in front. Jobster gets the stop. Okifin rolls that one up the wall, but Atlas is first to it. Okifin forced to play this one from the backboard, and he has High Crew in transition. So Montana will get the clear. High Crew now down in front for Okifin, and they score! Montana 1-0 with 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, it's so hard to defend against this. Such a brilliant position. And Okifin, good for it. Is that the speed of play with which Montana are pulling up, and that sort of pass play is just exactly the type of thing that is their bread and butter.
High Crew too, just the ability to get up the wall and find the read on that defensive touch and find Okifin. Just the speed that they are able to get to the right position has really been a huge factor for them. But here's a chance. High Crew shutting that one down. AZ was up early for it, but ends up getting a ground touch, and Jobster gets the clear. No boost in the tank, though, as he gets back to the ball, and Montana recognizes this as High Crew turns on it quickly. 6 now. Has to kind of backtrack here. Turned back for boost as well. Now he punches this ball forward. Trying to find a read off the corner. Cannot do so. It's High Crew racing back to it. From the ceiling. Chance in front. Still has his flip if he needs it. Gets it by, but the shot is wide. An opportunity for Montana to possibly ice this game, and they cannot do so as we hit the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, I'd maybe getting a little bit on the fancier side on that one too. Trying to do a little bit more, and well, you see what happens. Sometimes things don't go according to plan. But the plan here for Sienna is simple. Score in the next 45 seconds, or it's goodbye.
Gotta find a way to do so. 6 has been the go-to guy, but he has been shut down. Even here, Okifin getting the challenge on him. Jobster forced to make that save. 30 seconds, and Okifin's gonna steal some boost. AZ can't find the challenge, though, as 6 gets the clear. High Crew trying to kill some time. 6 finds the challenge as well. Atlas bit way early on that play, and so he'll be out for a moment. Jobster sends it forward. High Crew gets it over top of him. In the race for this one, 6 beats AZ. 6 now over top of 1. 9 seconds remaining. Looking for Atlas. Off the hood, no. 6 can't find the touch. Another challenge down to the corner. AZ now towards the boards. 6 chipping that one on, and it pinches down, and Montana take the series 3-1.
Well-deserved series for Montana, but Sienna put up a darn good fight, didn't they? Putting them in the situation where the last game is 1-0, where it was 0-0 for the majority of the game. I think 3.5 minutes of that game was 0-0. I think Sienna can be pretty proud of that sort of a performance, but Montana, they are just a juggernaut. They do not stop, and anytime you think you have a little bit on them, they just continue to batter you until you give it up.
I mean, I remember casting a series way back in the early portions of the fall split. They were going up against that Colorado team we just watched, and it was back and forth, punch for punch, and they won both games against Colorado. Now Montana, this is their first win of the fall split. They remain undefeated, and they are looking to possibly take that fresh crown of the Big Sky Conference, and it was a solid victory for Sienna. Not necessarily back to the drawing board. We saw some good stuff, but their defense, it can only hold on for so long.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I think their defense played very well, all things considered, and I think Six really, really showed that they can be a go-to person when it comes to pretty much anything, whether that be offense or defense or passing, all of the above. But it just needs to be a little bit better offensively. All that being said, we're going to be setting up an interview with a Montana player, so we'll be right back for that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC. We are here with High Crew from Montana after their 3-1 victory over Siena. High Crew, how's it going?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's good to be back.
It is good to be back, and you guys start off with a big victory here against Siena. And how are you guys feeling about your team's performance after this week?
Oh, we feel great. I mean, I don't think we played the best by any means, but we did enough to get the job done, and we played solid all around. So I'm pretty happy with the team.
So okay, let's start just in general. You guys 8-0, now 9-0. Is there any team within the EGF that you guys are worried about playing, either coming up or just in general?
We're not scared of anyone, but maybe UT Arlington. They were on the schedule last semester, but they got removed for some reason this semester. But
Mm.
I think they were the one team we were most nervous about. But now, looking at the schedule, I think we have confidence we can beat anyone we come up against. So, yeah.
Gotcha. I love the confidence. I think that's awesome. But let's talk. Let's talk that second game in particular. That's the game that y'all dropped, and it was in 3-0 fashion. Sienna doing a really good job overall, and Six in particular having a fantastic game. What happened there? That caused that to be the case. Whereas, well, the rest of the series, was so strong in your favor.
Yeah, I think in all 4 games, we had a lot of pressure and a lot of offense, but in that second game, they were just playing pretty good defense, and we couldn't get anything to drop, and we just let in a couple silly goals. But credit to them for taking advantage of our mistakes and stuff, and we kind of just learned that we needed to slow down a little bit, take control, and we'd be good. So it worked out.
Yeah, next week, you guys get Fairfield, another MAC battle for you guys. And Fairfield was one of these teams that has done very well for themselves in the MAC conference. How do you guys get yourselves back into the swing of things for these weekly matchups?
Just a lot of practice. We've been practicing for the last like 2 weeks pretty consistently, and we've done a few replay review sessions. We're just trying to improve every time we get on. So I think that's just the best thing to do. Keep practicing, and our gameplay should show that.
All right. And while you are here, is there anyone you would like to thank or shout out while you have the mic?
Shout out to my teammates Finn and AZ, and our parents in the chat. AZ's mom and my dad. They're always here for us. So yeah, shout out to them.
Shout outs to all of you guys. You guys played fantastic, and we will see you next week when you guys play Fairfield. So congrats on your win, and we'll see you there.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
And with that, Vincent, we are done for the day. We won't be back till next week, but this one was a wild ride. Numerous games and series coming down to game 5 or 1-goal games. It was quite the day.
That it was. I mean, fantastic stuff, and I'm here stepping in, but I had a great time, and listen, if you enjoy this kind of stuff, if you enjoy Rocket League, you enjoy esports in general, make sure that you continue to tune in. Obviously Wednesday's Rocket League, but we got esports going all week, so if you want to come in, definitely check it out.
Yeah, tune in tomorrow for Overwatch. We do Super Smash Brothers as well on Tuesdays, FIFA on Mondays, League on the weekends. We've got a full cast of games for the next couple of weeks, so tune into those when you can. If you like our content, our Twitters are down below. And also, thank you to production. Reef has done a fantastic job all day for us. And thank you to the EGF for allowing us to cast. And Vincent, thank you for joining me today. I know this was kind of a last second thing, but it was a blast to work with you again.
Absolutely. It's been a good time. And once again, thanks you all for the viewers that were tuning in. With that, though, it is time to go. We'll see you next time here on the EGFC. Y'all have a good night.